Hail and well met. I am Mr. Eager DM at your service, and we welcome you, one and all, to Trapped at Home, a live stream Dungeons & Dragons broadcast presented by Lawful Stupid RPG. Thank you for being here to witness our playthrough of Baldur's Gate, Descent into Avernus. Joining us as always, we have Typhon the Wizard, Rhimb the Ranger, Persephone the Bard, Falkrunn the Cleric, Jax the Rogue, and Silas the Paladin Fighter. Any announcements from Lawful Stupid, Jade?
Only the usual. Obviously, we're sponsored by StartPlaying.games, so if you want to play with Sean here, for example, Rico as well, we've got Panda, then I would say exclamation mark sponsor, but I haven't actually clicked on the thing to open it up yet, which I'm doing right now. I'll get that up and running in a second. But yeah, you can go and play with them, help support them as professional DMs, which in turn supports us. And yeah, all of the procedures, etc., go back into the channel. We are trialing a new system as well. We've been asked to, if we can think of a system, much like other people do, where you donate bits and we can get inspiration and stuff like that. So the list for that can be found down below in the buttons. Yeah, you can obviously go and jump in for that as well. Apart from that, I can't think of anything else.
I would ask, are any of the Lawful Stupid DMs playing the spanking new adventure that just came out that all the cool folks are playing?
I am. I'm running 2 iterations of it, actually. And it's lots of fun. It's another one of those sort of completely contained horror modules. It reminds me a lot of Curse of Strahd, actually, in the way it's set up. Lots of opportunity to explore new races, some new magic items, just new monsters and all that sort of thing, to sort of experience a sort of isolationist, paranoid horror game, kind of similar to John Carpenter's The Thing, or there was a TV series a while back about sailors looking for the Northwest Passage called The Terror.
The Terror, yes.
It reminds me a lot of that too. It's it's pretty intense. I'm really excited to get to the end of it, but also to get to the end of it having gone through all the rest of it. It's one of those that's like, well, we might not end with the game with the same group that we started with, but at least we'll have fun. Not unlike this game, right, everybody?
No, we're all living.
Okay.
Wait, what?
There is a couple of announcements from the DM's chair. First, please remember that we have past episodes of our stream up on YouTube for your amusement and amazement. Go watch and enjoy. Click, like, subscribe, all that stuff. Subscribe here if you haven't already. All money made through all of these various things goes right back into the stream to try and make it as fancy and spiffy for all of you as possible. And then the other announcement, we mentioned this a couple of times way at the beginning of the broadcast, I think, or maybe I'm just remembering our session 0, which wasn't actually broadcast, but we definitely understand amongst ourselves that regardless of how our characters are portrayed, all of us are completely of the opinion that all races are welcome and valid, whether they be fantasy or in real life. There is no racism that is condoned by Lawful Stupid or Trapped at Home. That goes for sexism, classism, all of the isms. This is as inclusive a group as we could possibly make it. That said, in this fantasy world, there are prejudices, and sometimes the prejudices are warranted based on centuries of experience. And we would be doing the story and the world a disservice if we did not address that. Just so long as that there is a clear understanding that there is a divide between the characters and the people playing the characters. And And then one last thing, just again, we are now interactive. If you contribute bits to Lawful Stupid during the game, there will be a variety of different effects that can be created. You want to run over just real quick the amounts and the effects that they have, Jade?
Yeah, we've got the 300 bits is for a D6 inspiration. To stop favoritism, what will happen is as soon as someone does it, I will wait for a good moment to butt in for Sean and say, we've been gifted, and I'll say thank you, etc. And then the players here, including the DM, will roll a D1, a D20, and the highest person gets it. Okay?
Right.
500 bits is a D20, same principle. And then we've got 1,000 bits is a healing potion. And then 2,000 bits is an NPC of your choice. So if you've got a favourite character that you've been playing for years and years and years, and you want to see him as part of our campaign, like for a session or two, whatever it's going to be, then you and the Sean here will get together in Discord and discuss the character, etc. And then Sean will bring it in.
That's right. And just so you know, so the D6 will function similarly to a bardic inspiration. Yes. The D20 will function similarly to inspiration, meaning it is declared before the roll, not afterward. It's not a re-roll. It is inspiration. And then, of course, the others are respective to their numerical amounts. I think that is all the announcements.
Yes.
Anyone have anything else they wish to contribute?
No.
Questions, comments, insults? Very well. My friends, it is time. I extend my hand, inviting you to step with me into fantasy. Release your hold on that which you know to be true, and let imagination rule for the next few hours. Last time, Conscript Group 14, while dangling underneath the floating city of Elturel, managed to avoid precipitating an attack on their position by making a deal with the devil Amanazro. A soul coin, or 3,000 golds worth of treasure, in exchange for 4 days of his silence regarding the secret door and passageway into the catacombs, where a few hundred survivors of Elturel's descent into the Nine Hells were taking refuge. The mysterious woman Islin, a friend of Typhon's, then convinced the adventurers to seek out a teleportation circle she knew of in the hopes that it could provide a means of escape for everyone. They set out once more into the streets of Elturel, managing to avoid the fiends roaming the streets. They decided to do a little shopping in the numerous abandoned stores of Elturel while they traveled, but they were interrupted when they discovered a school filled, tragically, with undead children. Eventually, they came to Lelizir's Elixirs, a high-end potion shop. As they made their way into the lower level, a strange anti-magic effect caused Islin's magical disguise to temporarily drop, revealing that she was a drow, a dark elf, one of the most dangerous and detested races in Faerun. There was no time to let the repercussions of this revelation sink in, as the adventurers discovered a group of demonic creatures that had greatly enhanced themselves by drinking dozens of potions. After defeating them, they then circumvented a deadly trap and illusion, and now stand in a comfortable bedchamber. Conscript Group 14, what do you do?
Are we all in the bedchamber, or was it just Typhon?
It's just
I have moved you all to the bedchamber since Typhon figured out a way to diffuse the trap.
Brilliant.
I decided to put you all there.
Figured it out all by himself.
No help whatsoever.
Nope, nobody even helped me at all.
In fact, if I remember rightly, it was Islin that said, "Have you tried this?"
I'm gonna look around and see if anything looks like it might be. I mean, it's a very basic perception check, but see if anything looks like it might be not what it appears to be.
I will also.
So you mean aside from Typhon's girlfriend?
Is
About
that
that?
Yeah,
Make your investigation check. Rhimb.
Yeah, investigation, not perception. 11.
An 11. You don't find anything unusual looking around the various parts of the room. You checking walls and such like that, looking for secret doors and that. You don't manage to find anything. However, the passive investigation of some of the members of the party is enough to reveal that there is probably something not quite kosher with the mirror that is hanging in this room.
I rolled a 21 for investigation.
Well, and that would definitely help take care of it. Islin is standing by a a dresser. She's opening it and kind of looking through it. She looks a little agitated. And finally she whirls around and says, "All right. Clearly, there are some problems that we need to address. Anything anybody wants to say, now would be the time."
I haven't had a bath.
Yeah, no, that's true. That is very true.
Yes. Anything else?
Rhimb is kind of side-eyeing Silas.
And then so is Persephone.
And so is Falkrunn.
So are we all.
We're all like,
Hmm?
Have you nothing to say?
Shall I do my imitation of Persephone and barter with a demon? Shall I look away from a serpent in our midst?
What has she done to make you feel that that's who she is?
Did you see her, Persephone?
Yes.
And did you see that she looks different than she did before?
Yes. We all
Do
know
I
what
look different?
Spells are.
Have I deceived you? The last time I recall us being deceived by someone, there was a creature that laid upon a bed, feigning illness to attack when the moment was right.
Well then, Silas, I ask if she had appeared as her drow self first, would you feel differently?
That would have been a good start. A better start than deceit. How can... I'm only heartened that when I asked Typhon, I asked if you knew at least your relationship can be built on a good foundation of trust. But what other relationship can be built when one's true self is hidden immediately?
can you
Jax is who he is.
Can you say that any one of us don't harbor a secret? Some hidden hurt that we keep private from the world? And can you blame her for hiding hers?
What is her
Silas,
hidden hurt?
we are servants of gods. It is our duty to help people.
Are
And
you
and I-
aware of what a dark elf is?
Have you ever
Falkrunn?
met a dark elf?
I didn't know that I had met her, but here she is.
I'm aware
No.
that there is evil in the world. And I am just as aware that there is goodness as well. And I choose to judge people by their actions, not by their appearances.
I have to say, though, it is strange to encounter a group of servicers so altruistic.
Diverse.
You're not
My
the first.
people and yours are at war and have been for centuries. I admit that I'm a little encouraged by the fact that you have a goblin amongst you, but why don't you revile me? Silas's opinion here is understandable and common. What is it in your lives that make you more trusting of my people?
I know what it is to be cast out, to be driven from your home. And so I have had to find my family among others. And so I don't look to your features to tell me whether you are good or evil. I know that all creatures suffer. Blessed il mater, I know that all creatures suffer. And whether you choose to bring that suffering on others, then you and I will have a reckoning. But till that time, I will aid you.
Would you aid the devils that hang from this city as it falls into hell, Falkrunn?
We are already trying to save people, and this pettiness does not help.
Pettiness.
Ask yourself, Silas, are you being helpful or hurtful right now?
You must have never been oppressed. You must have never been made to feel that your life didn't matter. There is a degree of anger that can be carried for dark elves. As you walk through Baldur's Gate and you hear a rumor from a street urchin, it is controlled by them.
You dare talk to me, a Dwarven woman, about never being oppressed. You know the world we live in.
Priestess in your own world.
You know the world we live in, right, Silas? How dare you?
Silas, if I may. I was forced to be raised in isolation because the one who chose to raise me needed to keep me protected from an entire clan of people who were destroyed by my kin. They tried to kill me as a baby, but one person, one elf, raised me to... Don't we owe every creature the same chance to prove their goodness?
And how has she proven that? By walking amongst us, hiding who she is. When we met Jax, it was plainly explained. He is a goblin. And he has proven himself at every turn to be a valuable ally.
Exactly.
Never did he say, I'm not a goblin.
But in the
Never
same
did
ways,
he try to fool us.
But in the same ways, Silas, we asked Jax to keep his face hidden because we know in the ways that people will respond to him. I mean, all of my rations are gone at this point because of all the time that he has spent in my backpack, because we cannot have him walking about like a normal, proud member of our party. And yet you know of Jack's worth. He is invaluable to this team.
I do need some more rations.
Yeah, I know. I am aware, as do I. But that being said, how can you not look over and see the same scenario staring you in the face?
No one's asking you to like her, Silas.
Oh, God. Yeah.
No one's even asking you to trust her. But for the time being, she'll watch our back. Maybe you can temporarily agree to not...
Have I attacked her yet?
You did just maybe like a little bit. There was a slight, like just a flex little. But
You know, his behavior is perfectly warranted, and it's exactly how all of you would be treated in the underdog. You'd be killed on sight. And that's, Silas, why I kept my features hidden. You think I want to be up here on the surface? Where fire rises
we're not
in the
exactly
sky?
on the surface now.
Yes, right, of course. we're stuck here in hell. Do you think that I want to be stuck here in hell? Do you think that I want to have to live my life on the surface, where the sun rises every day, a ball of fire to burn out my eyes, where all the food tastes like blood and salt? I prefer the Underdark. All drow do. But Lilith has it wrapped tightly in her web. And because I have renounced her and left my people, I am worse than a traitor to them.
How can a dark elf renounce her?
It's not easy.
How can a paladin be abandoned by their god?
That's different, Falkrunn.
Terrible things happen to people. The world is filled with suffering. Typhon, surely you can speak. You can speak to your friend's character. And Silas, would you not trust your fellow adventurer?
When I first turned to him and asked him, and his word carries such weight that I have not drawn blood, you ask if I will when I already have, Falkrunn.
My people want me worse than dead. I have resisted the rule of Lilith because there's more to life. So, if they find me, they will torture me and then give me over to the demons of the abyss to be their plaything. So, that is why I stay out of the Underdark and on the surface, making a life for myself as best I can. In order to do that, I have to hide who I am. It's never failed me before. I don't know why it did now. The fact that it has is frightening. I'm scared. I'm in hell, cut off from everyone and everything I know, except for Typhon. And I'm surrounded by panicking people who'd have killed me if they'd known my secret. Is it merely the fact that I kept my face hidden? Is that why you are so angry, or is this going back to that old story?
It's both. I never broke bread with a goblin until one broke bread first.
You know,
but
the drow
it was
tell a
clear that that's
different-
what was happening. Yes, the drow as a race are tainted by the fall of that evil one into the web. How can you be good?
They tell a different story where I'm from. Can you prove
Do they tell
that
a
yours
story of the
is right?
slaughter of elves?
They tell a story about the betrayal of the queen of the elves by the lesser beings. Can you prove to me that your story is the right one and that their story is the wrong one?
And could you offer the same proof?
Of course not. I have removed myself from that equation. I don't follow any gods. I don't know what that means for my soul or my future, but here I am, hunted by those above and those below.
Removed from the game of dragon chess, in which one may feel a queen, but always ends up the pawn.
What a pithy comment. At any rate, those of you who rushed to my defense, I appreciate it, but you're unbearably naive. It suits my purpose, but really, you extend this sort of benevolent altruism to everything you meet? Would you not try to kill a devil who was being perfectly reasonable and polite? Would you give the vampire a chance to explain itself before seeking its destruction? Is it just your experiences
She's
that have
making
brought?
my own case.
Is
When
it
you
just
see a
experience that has brought
snake-
you to be this way? Persephone, why don't you hate the drow? Why don't
Not the
you
First
think that
drow
they
I've
should all be
known.
killed? Really?
Yes. Adventuring is not my profession. I used to travel with a group of players, and unfortunately, some illnesses in the company have put that on a very long temporary hiatus. But I found that the world of performing and the theatrical arts to be a much more inclusive one than what I was used to in Baldur's Gate. And our company actually added a drow in it. You wouldn't know unless he let his guard down. A lot like you.
I wonder if I knew him. At any
Perhaps.
rate, here in hell, can we at least agree to set aside animosities so that we can move forward after a fashion? You're not even a full elf. You don't have this inbred desire to wipe out my race that all the rest of your kin, or full-blooded kin, have grown up with and had trained into them year after year of their lives. Much the same as it is in the Underdark. They're not us. They're less than garbage.
That's a positively judgmental thing to say. I'm only half an elf.
Well,
Stories
true,
of
isn't
your
it?
kind were forbidden in my house. My mother would allow no talk of your kind. I can only imagine what she went through at the hands of your people.
I have just as many stories from my people's perspective.
So can we not perhaps put aside our personal demons in the face of the very real demons that we have to deal with?
And I will remind us all that we are under a time clock to get these refugees potentially out before
It
perhaps
didn't seem
demon-
to bother you when you were looking for weapons.
Yes, that is directly related to our success, however. Bickering amongst us is not.
We'll remind you, Silas, that she did give us the only means of escape that we have for these refugees.
How convenient.
We
That a
actually-
dark elf would be possessed of knowledge that no one else would have.
Well, we still have yet to find the means of escape. So, if I may, perhaps we could go back to looking for it?
Oh, it's behind the mirror.
Come on, Jax. Behind the mirror.
There's
That's
a mirror.
ridiculous.
It's been there all
He's-
along.
he's
I was
right.
just too busy listening to you lot. I've got no
What are
idea
you
what
talking
he's
about?
right.
That's just a
There is
mirror.
Jax, show the way.
I'll slide the mirror across if I can.
All right. It does, in fact, slide. And there is a secret chamber beyond.
Falkrunn would never have found this.
I'm s-
Silas looks dumbfounded, having just said it's just a stupid mirror.
We're
Oh,
awfully
look, it's a
quiet
mirror.
there, Typhon.
Instead of us.
I was just a bit speechless when they called you the serpent, but you know.
I wonder what they'll say when your secret comes out.
Well, we shall see. But I trusted
great.
you could have. I trusted you to handle yourself. Better it all come out
You think I've convinced
Repair-
them?
well enough.
Good. Beyond the secret door, you find a flight of stairs going down.
Or down.
I will
The goblin.
check for traps as I go down.
Very well. Make a investigation check.
I feel like we're going to see
26.
that gelatinous cube.
Nice.
26, indeed. There are no traps upon these stairs.
I will head down.
Alrighty. I think I have gotten everybody. We will see. You find yourselves there on the map. Double check to make sure that you can move your tokens, please.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
Well, this is much more extensive than I imagined.
You descend these stairs. The masonry continues much as the top area did. There is a smell of mustiness, of earth, and slight scent of mildew as you come down these stairs. And also, the air down here is moving more than it should be. It feels more like you're walking into a natural cavern than a musty and stuffy stone basement.
What can I smell, Sean?
Mildew, mold, dampness,
Jax.
brimstone, fire, cooked air.
I will tread forward carefully.
As you move to that intersection there, you see a door to your left and a door to your right.
Okay, I will check the doors.
Perception check, please. Which door are you checking?
I'll go to this one first. You want perception?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Natural 1. 10.
Natural one.
My belly's grumbling.
Maybe Falkrunn should help.
You don't hear anything beyond the door.
There's nothing
It's
in this
fairly
one.
thick.
I'll open it.
You touch it, and there is damp to the touch.
Is there a keyhole?
There is.
I look through the keyhole.
It is very difficult to make out anything through the keyhole. There's no natural light coming from this room, and with your dark vision only being able to see black and white, you can't make out any features that would give you any clue as to what this room could be. Nothing is moving, as far as you can tell.
I'll just open it.
It is locked.
Oh, that's good.
I will try to pick it.
Very well.
13.
13 is not enough.
The lock's broken. Can't get in here.
What about the other door, Jax?
Oh, I'll try it.
And I'll go and have a listen to this one.
We'll keep the same perception check for both of those. Deathly silent.
That's too bad.
Yeah, I just rolled again. Okay, I'll try and open this one.
It is also locked.
19.
That is sufficient to open the door. It opens. Whatever this room was has been completely obliterated by falling masonry, probably brought on by all of the tremors that have Elturel's experienced as it is being dragged down to hell.
I'll go and do a check in there.
Investigation check.
If I find any loots. Double 15s, 22.
You do not find anything of value. Just broken bits of glass, pottery.
Can you try opening a door for the second time?
Not with thieves' tools, but it is possible to break it down.
I was saying, can I try to force the door?
Yeah, I was gonna say, does it seem damp as in like the wood was rotted away and it might be easier to knock down than a typical wooden door?
Make a perception check.
Oh, I would like to aid him in that.
All right.
Okay, well this will be super. 10. I whispered it. Sorry, guys. I'll check that.
The door appears to be in good repair. It's a sturdy oaken door, reinforced with iron, not meant to be totally and completely impervious, but definitely a door that has seen regular use and upkeep. The fact that it's wet seems odd. It might affect the integrity of the door, but it's hard to say.
Are both doors similar?
They are. They are identical in make.
All right, I'm going to go ahead. Can I check out sort of the lock mechanism on the door that we opened to see if there's a way in which if I hit it in the right spot, like it'll give me a better chance of opening it rather than the other one?
Sure. Make an investigation check.
Oh, lovely.
Hmm.
An 11.
It's a fairly common door. You think that if you were to apply the right amount of force to the door, it would open just like any other door.
All right.
But in terms of like, is there a particular secret way to hit this door so that it opens easier than others? You cannot determine that.
All right. So Typhon, shall I knock?
I don't think so. Perhaps we try to find another way around. I don't think we're going to be making any social calls down here.
Fair enough. Though it's strange that it's wet, though.
I agree.
Sean, does the wetness feel? Is there any sort of like consistency to the? Is like what's the word? Another is like condensation off the wood, or like is there like a viscous quality to the dampness?
Make a perception check.
Thank God.
That's better.
Yeah, perception checks. I'm not garbage at. He said 24.
There is definitely a viscous quality to this dampness.
Yeah, I think we'd be wise to leave this door closed.
Remember the cube we saw earlier?
I'm aware. Oof. All right. Jax, have you seen anything up ahead?
Jax, as you reach this corner, or T section, I should say, reveal areas, you see that the passage to your east, again, has been completely obscured by rubble. Although the rubble here has not only fallen from the roof, but it also seems that the floor has fallen down. And with your passive perception, you can hear very faintly, tink, 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 coming from the masonry in front of you, although it doesn't seem to be coming from right in front of you. It is coming from somewhere further to the west.
Oh, well, I'm going to have a look.
All right, make an investigation check.
25.
Ooh, the 25. You are positive that the reason why there is so much rubble here is that something has gone underneath the passageway here and subsumed it down into itself. So while the tremors here in Elturel certainly haven't helped, the main damage done at this point was a result of some underdigging. That's not the right word. Somebody has made a passage underneath it, and the top collapsed down into it.
Okay.
You hear the tink, 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 and with the 25, you hear some guttural voices. They're not close enough for you to make out, but they're definitely voices of humanoids and not monsters.
Look round and I'll go, shh. I'll go back.
I can hear
And I
some
will-
people.
To your east, you see the passage continues for a while, and then there's more rubble, and it doesn't seem like the passage continues beyond that.
Okay. I
You
will
heard-
obviously tell the group that I've heard something, and I will go and sneak up and try and listen.
You heard people or you heard voices?
I heard voices.
As you come around the corner here, you feel a strong breeze coming from the east. And there is an even more strong scent of brimstone and acridity in the air. Completely wipes away all of the scent of mustiness and mildew and mold that you experienced as you were coming down the steps.
Okay. So where did I hear the noises from, west or east?
You hear the noises from the west.
Okay. I will go back stealthily and try and listen to what they're saying.
But there's airflow coming from the east, Sean.
Correct.
But maybe outside air.
Yeah,
From what
yeah,
it
that
sounds
would-
like, yeah.
I can go and check on the east.
I would say the west would be, I mean, the voices are sort of our primary concern.
Can
Winds,
I do an investigation on the east quickly?
Sure. You want to head on over there?
Yeah. 20.
Well, from where you're standing, you're not going to be able to see it. So I'm going to assume that you make your way over there.
Yeah.
So as you come to the east, I'm sorry, to the east. Right. It's impossible to move any further to the west. The amount of rubble coming both from the ceiling and the floor having fallen out from underneath the into the ground below, there's just no way to go any further. And you do definitely hear voices, more than one. They're somewhat guttural. You think they might be speaking Undercommon, but they're too muffled and far away for you to make out what they're saying.
Are we getting our east and west mixed up?
Never east. So the east is what I'm talking about here.
Yeah. So where my character is
But-
now.
Yes.
But there were also voices from the west.
No, the voices were coming from the east.
This is where the wind's coming from.
The wind is coming from the west.
Okay.
Everybody clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And okay, so there's nowhere else we can go this way.
Correct.
Okay, so I go west and peer down. I'm assuming it's some sort of landslide.
As you step to there, you become aware that at some point the tremors here have completely ripped through this part of this underground structure. And there is now a wide chasm that is going straight down. And at the very bottom of it, you can see a narrow strip of light where what you assume is the sky over Avernus is shining through below. The passageway seems to continue over there. The crevice has bisected the passageway and made it off center from itself. So the only way to get further down the hallway is to somehow circumvent this chasm.
So I guess we're not taking the refugees this way. Oh,
Hmm.
Well, that might be a way.
it's about was it 30 feet across, looks like?
Can we see anything, like any indication of what it is like over there?
From where you're standing and what Jax is able to see and what those of you with dark vision are able to see, it seems like the passage continues on as normal on the other side of this chasm.
Can I scout ahead with me imp?
Indeed. Imp scouts ahead.
I like Typhon with pirate talk. I think that's a good choice.
Arr.
He's offended. That was Irish.
It's a
Pirate is
leprechaun
West
name.
Country. Thank you very much.
As you are standing on the edge of this chasm, you see that there is a very thin strip of stone and a place to have purchase, but you would have to walk with your back against the chasm wall, moving either to the northwest or the southeast. And it might be dangerous.
Just maybe.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit of peril? A little bit of peril? Right.
No, it's too perilous.
Well, so we could kind of like edge around here. Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm. Although I will assume that you would send your familiar up there. The area here is a bit more rubbly than other parts.
Is it far enough that if a rope was thrown and somebody were on the other side to catch it, that would, I mean, is that possible?
Of course, however you see fit to circumvent this chasm is up to you.
Well,
Certain ways will be more dangerous than others, of course.
You could use your cape, Persephone, to get across, carry
That's what-
Rhimb with you, and then have him shoot a rope back.
Yes, that was mostly what I was thinking, but a
Yeah.
little
We
better.
can always ferry a rope as well. I don't, with the familiar, I don't trust my ability to nail a pinion into the brick, but perhaps Falkrunn or Rhimb would be more suited to that task.
I'll say I've certainly been known to wield a hammer every now and then.
So shall I take?
As
Rhimb?
you are standing there, there's a and some of you are able to maintain your balance, some of you less able, but it drives home the fact that that particular plan might have some variables to it that would make it less safe than others, although it's certainly possible.
All right, crazy thought. Is it really worth it to keep going across the giant chasm? Do we
Well,
just
we would-
say,
At least need to explore the rest and make sure that the teleportation spot wasn't somewhere else. I have
Yeah.
a feeling that it's going to be exactly where it's hardest to get, but
Well, we
maybe
have
that's
nowhere else.
wrong.
we have nowhere else to go, truth be told, outside of the room that was sealed? Or
Labrador.
I could check further too, just to make sure we're not flying to nothingness.
huh? How far can your familiar reach?
A mile.
Oh, well, by all means.
And there was no secret
Fly a
doors
mile.
on this wall, then, no?
None that you were able to detect just by walking by. So the familiar flies down to look some more.
Mm-hmm. I will just go ahead and perceive through it so I can be sure of exactly what I'm seeing.
I'm gonna be sure to steady time.
You can be remotely present.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
do
looky
you see?
there.
Well,
What do you see?
I believe we've found the circle.
This room,
It's
wide,
some form of
cir-
elvish.
wide and circular,
read it.
with a double ring of blue light moving slowly in a circle, and there are runes. The runes swirl, changing from elvish to dwarvish to draconic, and as you are watching through your imp's eyes, you realize that these are arcane symbols, and what you are seeing is just your brain trying to make sense of something that you have not yet studied enough to understand.
Well,
All
I
right.
believe we found it.
Great,
Okay.
that's wonderful. Now, how do we get across this thing?
And even more troubling, how do we get hundreds of refugees across it?
Well, one thing at a time, I suppose.
Mhm.
Maybe there's a way. Looks like we could walk here. And she puts a step gingerly out to the south, testing it. A few stones fall down into the chasm. She says, I mean, it won't be easy, but I think I could do it.
Maybe you could scout the way.
Can I have a
Would that
look
be-
below us? Like,
Sure.
Is there a passage, like, literally underneath us?
There is not.
Ah,
It is chasm, dark stone and earth, going down in a V until the very, very bottom. It's difficult to tell from here if it's a wide gap that's just very far away, or if it is a small gap, just a crack in the stone.
Okay, I go out to here,
Mm-hmm.
pull out my little pole, and then it extends me across 10 feet.
Little pole, he says.
It's a tiny little pole, about that big, and then it extends to 10 feet
Mm-hmm.
when I press a button.
This pole comes out. So where are you going to extend this?
Across here, which is 10 feet.
It is 10 feet. The ground that you put the pole down upon, the gravel and stone underneath it does disperse a little bit. You are able to find a strong enough place in order to put the pole, but it's not super secure. It will
just
require
here.
a check
What about here?
What
for
are you,
to go across.
what are you
about
thinking,
here?
Jax?
And when you reach that point, the sound of tink, tink, tink is louder, coming from the south.
What about this bit here?
It just continues to be part of the chasm, natural chasm, and a place to walk about 2 feet wide, right at the very lip of the chasm,
Okay.
going south and north.
So does it look like it continues this way and this way?
It continues to the south. To the north, the rubble gets more and more dense and treacherous until finally it's just completely impassable.
Okay.
What's this
There
here?
is a possibility of crossing over at that narrow point at the top, but it brings with it its own. It would certainly be much easier to cross there, but it brings its own peril.
And what
Treacherous
else
footing.
What about
is
this
there
bit?
more down here? Yeah.
So as your familiar goes around the corner, I will need a stealth check at advantage because you are invisible.
Can't roll with advantage on my familiar guy, but we'll come up with a 13.
13 is enough. Inside, you see 4 squat individuals, stout, white hair, white beards, gray skin, and completely black eyes. And they are sitting around and sort of waiting. Some of them are chewing on some rations, and you hear ping, ping, ping coming from further to the east.
We're sure this time.
They're soot-covered imps, obviously.
I will reveal what your imp sees. And
Oh, goodness.
Let's see here. I will. Let's see. Muster out. Here we go. This is what the imp sees.
Yep.
They're friendly, right?
Totally.
The imp does see that as the chasm continues, this area here is solid. It is possible, once you get farther enough south, to walk around the crevice.
Does it seem longer but safer? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes. Longer but safer.
And like safe enough that we think that maybe even non-skilled like civilians could do it.
Well, that is going to require a bit more information than can be gleaned from a imp
Okay.
flying above the stone.
Do I know what these creatures are? As
I'll
well?
make a nature check.
Okay. 20.
Yes, you are fairly certain, based on things that you have heard and read, these are Durgar, dark dwarves.
There are a number of Durgar down here.
Durgar?
Yes.
Great.
Tell us what we need to know about them.
Well,
Well,
With a
you're
20,
familiar with the...
and I'm sure that Falkrunn can help you. Falkrunn, has it been your experience to deal with Durgar from where you're from?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then you know that they are
Dwarven boogeymen, so...
Yeah, they are organized, merciless, and spiteful creatures. They can sometimes be invisible, and sometimes they can grow to enormous sizes.
Mhm. You should think of the Durgar as basically, no offense, Eastland, drow version of dwarves.
And would you extend this same altruism that you are extending to me to them?
I was just
Perhaps
thinking
if
about.
we met under the same circumstances.
I was just thinking of a relatively quick way to explain the danger of the situation. Obviously, present company excluded.
it is a good summation, and I think, Easton, perhaps now the practical evaluation may be best. If there are that many, if they are indeed here, having mined so closely underneath Elturel, what would their purpose be, and will they attack us on sight? What do
Also,
you think?
Why would the Durgar be in hell? Were they mining under the city before
They
it
must-
collapsed?
They must have been here when it was taken.
Or, I mean, I don't know for sure, but do only devils live in hells?
Religion check? Would a Duergar exist in this realm
Sure.
naturally? I don't know. I try.
Yeah, say, can I aid that religion check?
Sure. Roll
Put our
with
heads
advantage.
together on this. Doesn't help.
2 heads are exactly the
So
same.
11 as a
apparently.
result.
I
Yeah.
mean, of your group, you have one devil who's a familiar, and the rest of you are all not devils. So it stands to reason, if you are here, other creatures that are not devils could also be down here.
My thought was, though, how they've gotten here. Like, they wouldn't be
That's a good question.
probably of the hells.
Sean, is that tinking getting any louder from the east?
From where you are, you have not heard any tinking. The imp can hear the tinking quite well, as can as can Jax with his passive perception. And as the imp flies around, it seems clear that these Durgar in here are resting and or keeping watch, while others are further up a passageway to the northeast, probably using picks and shovels to clear something.
Well, perhaps
They're
we
trying
ought
to
to
get
send
out.
a message. Perhaps
can we-
declare a truce and pass on our separate ways. It is the
God.
safer passage.
I mean, and it would greatly aid us in getting the refugees to the circle. But I don't. Oh, I can't even begin to think what we could possibly offer them.
Perhaps if we offered them a way out of hell, they'd take it.
Well,
I could go and speak to them. There's no great
Oh.
love between the Drow and the Durgar, but they might be less inclined to attack me without asking questions first.
that's not a bad suggestion. All right, so do we figure out where they're trying to come out at? Typhon, can you see where they're trying to dig to? Jax, where did you hear the...
Well, I could hear
noises?
it. It's over the other end.
Seems to be near the rubble, the collapse of the other hallway.
Sean, I want to walk over there and take an investigation check, see if I can figure out if they're trying to, where they're trying to come through, or what, like where the voices are coming from.
Sure. Make an investigation check over by the east.
Come on, stone blindness. Ah, a 5. Good. Yes.
Oh,
So
Gosh.
Falkrunn continues to go west.
Into the pit.
I can't hear anything.
Do you not get advantage when it comes to stone?
Yeah, he does. You didn't roll with advantage? Yeah, stone.
I
cunning.
certainly didn't. Oh, see. So I'm still doing investigation though. Yes.
I was wondering why you, because quite a few times you've not rolled with
No, he's rolled with investigation.
Oh my God! Are you serious?
Does it involve stone?
All right,
I mean,
True Adventures. So this was I rolled a 5, and then for advantage I rolled a 6, and because I was overzealous, I hit the button again, and I rolled a 5 again. In case you're wondering what my average is when it comes to stone gunning.
So I'm beginning to sense I'm
Unreal.
beginning to detect the reason why Falkrunn was banished from her people.
How dare you, sir?
Right.
It's like, you don't even know what stone is, lass. Get out of here. It's like,
I mean, I wouldn't want to go alone unless. I mean,
go
I
with
could.
you.
I
Who's
agree
going to go with me?
that not going alone would be wise.
I could go with you. Under, well. Though I don't know the undercommon language.
Well, I can handle that.
And we should probably never speak when in the company of a drow woman, should we? And I will cast Disguise Self and assume the appearance of a drow male warrior with a big scar to, if I can't pretend to be, if for some reason it seems like I need to speak, if I open my mouth, it looks like my tongue has been gashed and cut, as if I'm also a mute. So
Clever. Doesn't suit you, though, Typhon. And you're quite right. Never speak in the presence of a drow matron.
I give a curt bow.
Anyone else want to come along?
Oh, I'd love to come.
Seems some fairy tales are true.
Oh, that one's definitely no fairy tale.
I think Jax
In-
going wouldn't be the worst idea.
In the Underdark, the drow females reign supreme. Males are cannon fodder.
What's a cannon?
That's a good question. It's something I heard in a dream once. Or battle fodder. Bantapuru.
Jax,
Would you care to come along, Silas? You could I don't know. Make sure we don't betray you.
How droll. I'm certain that if you will, it will happen. But I'm certain that Typhon won't let you. He wouldn't choose one person like you over everyone else, not after what we've done for him.
I'd like to hear that story sometime. Looks at Typhon. You have been busy in the last just a few weeks, right?
Typhon gave me mouldy bread once. It was very nice. And he owes me a lot of gold.
Imagine any of the rest of us would be able to go, right?
You would have to be... We'd have to make you look like slaves or something. Anybody feel like that?
Doesn't sound.
I do believe we have some manacles.
That would help.
But no.
Why don't we just go and gut them?
What? Sorry. Also a possibility.
It'll likely end up that way anyway, Jax. Let's try and see if.
I'm afraid the sight of me would only enrage them further.
Oh, most definitely.
Oh, I could see that.
I mean, if we could figure out a way to get around them without them knowing that we're here.
Falkrunn, are you
That would be
trading
the
in
best way.
stereotypes? I'm shocked.
Just saying. They probably don't like me.
They probably don't.
Just in like an irrational sort of way.
The diversion idea is interesting.
Well, before we do that, we've just been gifted inspiration for a D20 by Pixie Quinn.
Oh, hey.
So thank you very much,
whom?
Pixie, which means everyone can roll
Pixie.
a D20.
Thank you,
All
Pixie.
right.
I
Thank you,
really
Pixie.
appreciate that we're doing the random assignment because Jax would be getting all the bonus rolls if we were playing favorites.
I doubt it.
So how does this work? We roll a d20 and then
Just
what?
roll, yeah,
Roll
the
D20
whoever
and
gets the
beat
highest.
18.
Oh, well done. Okay, yeah, I think it's
I think it's
Persephone.
going to be Persephone. Persephone,
Except
you have been...
I already have it.
Oh, no.
You've got another one then.
Well, no.
No, you can only have one at a time.
Does it go
Is
to
it
the next?
is it the D20 inspiration or is it the
Yeah.
D20,
D6?
yeah.
This is, you know, so then
That's
we'll
like
go
bardic
to
inspiration, right?
Then we'll go to the next... No, this one's like... This is actual inspiration,
This is
right?
inspiration.
Yeah, this is
which I
inspiration, yeah.
have.
There
So
has to be something for the effort of our...
Of course,
And it
no,
can just go
it will
to
just
the-
go to the next
It'll
highest.
go to
So,
Rhimb.
Rhimb?
That's me.
Rhimb, you have advantage. You have
Inspiration.
inspiration. Remember, inspiration is not a reroll. You must declare it
Ahead
for
of
a
time.
particularly important roll. You are using your inspiration point to give yourself advantage.
Okay.
Keep that in
All
mind.
right.
Thank you very much, Pixie.
Yeah.
Yay!
We
It
appreciate
will
it.
save the day, no doubt.
She says we're going to need it.
Well, wait, what does Pixie know that we don't?
Oh, we've been talking.
I see.
So
Betrayalment.
So yeah, the options are, at least as far as I can see, that I would go with Typhon and try to negotiate somehow a passage through, or past.
Let's just go gut them. We'll take their food.
Or we go
And their
fight
treasures.
them. We go and fight them, or we try to sneak by them somehow, or we just figure out a way to cross this chasm. It looks
If we-
doable,
We
but
have to get-
dangerous.
We have to get rid of them in some capacity because we will have to bring other people here should this work.
Well,
I
maybe they
think-
won't be here.
I'm thinking they're trying to get out is my point. We can, well,
Yes, just try and tell them that you know the way out and see if you can lead them to the teleportation, and then you can see if the teleportation circle works.
Well, I think they're just trying to get out. So if we show them the stairway leading back up.
that is a strange point. I'm like trying to figure that out. Why wouldn't they take the narrow path that we are going to take?
That's a good point. If we could traverse it, then they certainly could as well. And if they wanted to get out, she looks back the way you've come. This is clearly the most effective route.
I think you're right that you need to just talk to them and get as much information as you can. It'll probably end in a fight, Jack, so don't worry.
Right. So who's going? Is it?
I will go.
Jax will go, but stay hidden.
All right. Anyone else?
I'll be ready to come as soon as you ask
You're-
for it.
You're
Please keep
heading.
your ears open in case we need your help.
Of course.
Perhaps a signal should things go south.
Or we could just scream.
Screaming works best. I don't know which way south is.
I will send my familiar over here to just give
When you say over
Crazy.
here, where is it?
oh yeah, he moved over with the party, so
Okay.
instead of being with me, he'll just give crazy hand signals if I tell him to telepathically to warn the party that negotiations have gone south.
So he's no longer invisible, I take it.
He will fly over here and then come in uninvisible. Yes.
Awesome.
Don't you dare.
Have you informed the party about all of this? I'm pretty sure you did.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So, as Yislin and Jax and Typhon make their way around the corner, moving very carefully along the edge, Rhea comes over to you, Silas. I don't trust her either.
You shouldn't.
I mean, I understand where the rest of them are coming from. I mean, it's certainly... I've been taught to believe those sort of things, but... I mean, there's what you've been taught, and then there's the real world, right?
Sometimes it's the same.
Based on where I'm standing, can I overhear their conversation?
Make a perception check.
Nope, 9.
They're keeping their voices down. They're not making an attempt to disguise the fact that they're talking, but you're not able to hear what they're saying.
I probably hear
Okay.
it.
You probably
You've
could.
gone around the corner, Jim.
I
Yeah.
probably still hear it.
I mean, what do we do?
When it makes its move, we kill it.
All right. I've got your back. Silas, you hear a voice in the back of your head. A very prudent course of action, Silas. Perhaps you're learning after all.
Am I able to tell which voice this is?
It resembles Glazia. It has a greater sense of depth and power behind it than Elila.
So, of the three voices of women that I wish to be having in my head, somehow I have
You have
the
not
one
heard
that I want the least.
You have
is
not
here.
heard. You have not heard Elila's voice in some time since you've come down to hell. The only person who has spoken to you is Glazia.
Brilliant. I'm going to mentally send back, not being careful not to speak out loud, that it's not a case of prudence, it's a case of realism. Those people can't be trusted. They manipulate the system. They manipulate everything. They sit in their dark mansions and weave their webs, and common people don't have a chance to even interact with them.
Good. You will be a very useful soldier, Silas. And you can tell that the voice is about to continue on, giving you no respite. But Lulu flies by, and she lands on your head, and the voice stops immediately.
Could I get a check? How much does Lulu weigh?
She's basically just flying. She's hovering over your head. You barely light.
Okay.
And she is as light as a feather.
She just stopped because
Elephant
she needed
blood.
a bio break.
She she weighs about as much as cotton candy.
Tastes like it as well.
And am I I'm assuming that I'm perceptive enough in my own little brain, here in my little Candyland head, that I could tell that, as you said, that the voice of Glacia was going to continue, but
Yeah,
stop
she
suddenly.
stopped in mid-sentence as Lulu just...
I look up at Lulu and say, "Oh, once again, you saved the day, Lulu."
You have such terrible problems.
I'm not sure how to take that, Lulu.
But your friends can help you. I'm your friend. So much we can do for each other.
I can't make a deal with you too, Lulu.
No. No deals. Just friendship.
Right.
You've lost something very important. But that's not really true. You still have it.
What are you talking about, Lulu?
Your soul.
Silas' jaw does drop, and I have to wonder at this point if Rhimb is catching any of that.
Well, when Lulu comes over. Lulu is less quiet. Rhimb, if you want to be hearing this, you may. It's up to you, Rhimb.
I can see.
Okay, so
You had to give it. You had to promise it. But you still have it. And it's even more important now. Because what you do with it now will matter so much more.
how do you know about this, Lulu?
I can see it. I can see it before you.
Sometimes I've walked around wondering if it was that obvious.
Just to me.
What does it look like?
Strong. Noble. Sad.
I'm
And a little dirty. But still there. Not beyond hope. Nothing is beyond hope. We're friends.
dirty, you say?
A little.
Maybe that's why she's gone.
Who?
It doesn't matter.
Okay. Silas?
Yes, Lulu.
You will be okay.
Do you know where we are right now, Lulu?
We're in Avertus. Taking a noble fight with the forces of darkness. Isn't it fun?
It's a little more creeping around than I would have expected.
Very smart. Very smart. But something. There's a way to get stronger. Stronger would be good. I wonder how we could get stronger.
And she sort of floats away, pondering. And as she moves beyond you, there's a back on, and you hear just, what was that?
Uh-oh.
Is that the voice of Glacia again?
Yes.
In my head.
Yes.
More voices in my head. I send it back. Apparently that was a friend.
Be careful, Silas. Your soul is promised to me. And you are not immortal. One day, you will die. And you should think well on what sort of relationship you want with me when that day comes.
I can assure you, I won't be your soldier.
I can make you anything I want you to be. And that ends that conversation. Now, I will need a stealth check from Jax as Yislin, who stands as upright and as regal as she possibly can, steps forward gingerly across the crumbling masonry with Typhon behind her, dressed and glamored as a drow himself. 13.
Yeah, he's at the back.
I think a 13 is going to be okay. I'm just going to double check.
It was for the imp.
Yeah. Yes. Indeed. As you come around the corner, the Durgar stop what they're doing and whirl around to look at Yislin and Typhon. Yislin holds up her hand and begins saying something in Undercommon. Does anybody speak Undercommon?
I
Do you not as a goblin? I suppose they have their own language, huh? I thought goblin had
goblin.
Undercommon.
That's a lot of nope. Interesting. Yeah. All right.
I speak goblin.
So she says something. Just a pause here. We're getting some people are not hearing music. Is that an issue?
I don't.
I have
Is it everybody else?
Everybody else okay?
I hear it okay.
I'm hearing okay. Yeah.
Okay, just me.
Sean, if nobody can speak and we get the sense that she's talking and none of us can hear her, I want to cast Comprehend Languages and listen.
All right. Well, you can. You look around. You can hear voices. You hear speech, and you look around, and you get blank looks from everybody. Nobody seems to speak Undercommon. So you can cast the spell, but that's not going to guarantee that you can hear from where you are.
Okay. Well, I'll try it, and then I'll move if I have to.
All right. So the spell has been cast. There's a popping sensation in your ears as the magic takes effect, and you sense a broadening of your comprehensional abilities. So now make a perception check.
Ooh, pretty good.
Good, not bad. Yes, you can hear.
15,
You hear Islan
yeah.
say, "Hello. What are people of your sort doing here? The ruins of Elturel above the surface of Avernus." Duragar look at each other, pull out their weapons, and stand ready.
We could ask you the same question, Drow. It's
Such manners. Do you know what I'm capable of? Of course you do. We have fought together, and we have fought against each other for generations. Which will it be today? And he calls back to somebody behind him, and another Durgar comes stepping forward. This one is bald, with a close-cropped beard, wearing full plate armor and carrying a lance of some sort. It's a bit longer than a spear, at least a spear for dwarf size, but not quite a pike.
He says, I am Gorkrabal. Why we are here is none of your business.
Fair enough. I have no desire to disrupt whatever you're doing here, merely to pass by. Me and my slaves, of course. Will that be amenable to you, brave Durga? And she makes a persuasion check.
Oh, that face.
Oh,
That was a 1.
A natural 1.
No. Leave us. Don't return. We are on a special assignment from the lords below. And if you dare to interrupt us again, we will destroy you and all of your pointy-eared freaks.
I whisper behind me, get ready, it's not going well.
Well, if that's how you feel, suppose we'll be on our way. She turns around and says to Typhon,
Don't you think you should do something about that?
With all of them there, right now, perhaps not. We can come back to this.
fair enough. We had better leave, though. They're not happy with us.
Indeed.
It would be a natural 1. Well, so what do you do, Typhon? What do you do, Jax?
I'm just standing. He's probably just sitting down with his legs hanging over the edge.
They cannot get past you with you there.
Are we going so soon, are we?
I just...
Oh, okay. I'll get up.
Need to keep moving.
I'll
As you
scout back.
got there, you definitely can see now that with care, it would definitely be possible for a number of people to move around this crevice, moving slowly, holding on to the wall, everyone maybe protected by a rope of some sort. You could get around safely. Not completely without risk, because you never know when a tremor is going to come, but
Such is
possible.
life.
Do you go back to the group?
Oh,
We're
yeah,
not-
yeah, I think
okay,
so.
We'll just head back there for now. And Slim reports what's happening.
Needed a bard down there, huh?
They weren't impressed by whatever I had to say.
The Lord below. Did they mean... Could you tell by their language? Were they referring to... Assuming that the conversation was translated
Yes.
eventually. Were they referring to the Lords below as in of a furnace or of the Underdark? Are they in... Is there a way
They've
to
got
tell
to know
the
they're
words?
not. They've got to know that they're not in the Underdark, right?
Right, but is there any connotation to the word they used for lords that would assume that it was Lord of the Underdark versus a lord that is a dominant
I don't
fiend type
know.
of lord?
To be honest, I mean,
You're only conversationally fluent in Undercommon.
exactly.
Let me go and get the party started.
And I'll start sneaking back.
I can imagine that if she wanted to say that the door is green, that it would be something like, "Yon portal before me is a
Yes.
verdant shade." Yeah.
Indeed. That's a great anecdote of mine. I'll tell you all sometime. At any rate, very well. Is it to be combat?
Well, Jack says that, and if no one says anything, he starts going back.
All right, make a stealth check, Jack.
Jeez.
We're not going to let him go by himself, are we?
21.
21. That beats all of your passives. Once again, you all say, "All right, what are we going to do?" And
Well,
you
he
turn,
does say it out
and
loud.
Jax says, "Oh, you said out loud that he's okay."
Yeah. he
So
says-
Jax goes around the
and
corner.
then starts sneaking off.
I
Start
go,
sneaking
wait,
up.
Jax.
What are we doing? Silas yells from across the end of the hall. From 40 feet away. What are we doing?
I'm going to stick an arrow in his gut.
We can't let Jax go by himself.
Pronouns, pal. Who's his?
I'm gonna
Wolf?
well, never mind.
What are you doing, folks?
Is Jax going? I think
Jax is going. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, then I make I'm gonna
following
use
Jax.
my cloak. I'm gonna dimension door to here.
Okay.
Okay,
What?
wow, all right.
This is a terrible idea.
So, Persephone
Just
holds
by
up her
yourself?
cloak. Well, this Persephone holds
Y'all
up her
better
cloak.
come.
You can take one person with you.
Oh, then I grab I grab
who?
Islin.
You grab
She's
Isla,
next
she's
to me.
like, "What are you?" Oh, and you lift up the cloak, and you look in, and there's a shimmering smokiness to it, and you sort of push her into it, and she goes into your cloak, and you step after her, and you all see this cloak wrap around itself, and just a couple of like cheap fireworks and a pillar of stinky blue smoke just. And Persephone in the other room.
Oh my god. It's gonna take us so long to get there.
I'm already like around the corner
You
trying
appear.
to follow Jax.
And that's when I shoot.
And that will be an initiative when we all return
Oh.
from
Any-
break.
Any
gosh.
chance it's a surprise round because that would be pretty surprising.
Sure, but what you immediately realize when you come around the corner is that you can't see anything. It's dark.
Cool.
Surprise!
Oh, choices.
Well, me and Islin can't we?
See you all back in 10 minutes.
Yeah, back, at the break, back after the break, guys. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be back soon.
And welcome back. We are about to engage in combat with the Durgar that are somewhat blocking the path. They seem hostile. Yislin the Drow and Typhon both went in to try and negotiate safe passage past them, but they were not having it. So they have returned, informed the party, and Persephone, knowing that there was a opening around the corner, you didn't have to be able to see. You just know that it was there. So you teleported into the unknown, arriving in a cavern that is completely shrouded in darkness.
Yeah, I was not thinking about the
I
dark.
guess that concludes negotiation.
Into the
right.
unknown.
Oh, come on. You guys are being so
Into
harsh.
the
You're really applying stereotypes against
I've
these
not even
poor
seen that
dark dwarves.
I've heard something.
I'm trading initiative with Silas this combat, so
Okay.
typical. No.
Well, all right then. I guess I'll see all of you rolling your high 22s and whatnot. And oh, hey!
Hey.
What's
So,
like a
have we got
19?
everybody?
Have you
Everybody on the board?
for bodegas? Durgars.
Durgas.
Now, do we have
Durgar.
Rhea
Yes, of course. Rhea will...
and Islin?
Yes. Rhea.
Bob, Carol, Karen.
And
Any
is
other
the imp gonna
NPCs
go
that
with
are coming?
Typhon, I guess, yeah. Do we have warrior, expert, and spellcaster? Generic? That was, as we're getting set up in combat, we were lucky enough, Lawful Stupid RPG was represented over this past weekend at D&D Celebration 2020. We're able to play some Rime of the Frost Maiden games. Some really interesting games, but in one sequence we got added to our party NPCs, warrior, expert, and spellcaster.
Yep. They were very talkative.
So talkative.
Well, here we go. At the top of the initiative, we have Jax.
Naturally. Well, okay, what do
And
I
get
see?
the surprise round, right?
You come around the corner. You know where the Durgar were, but they are no longer there.
So I can't
Well,
see any.
that's correct. Does Persephone and Islin teleported? Do they go before everybody? Is that like a surprise round?
Nope, that initiated the combat. So whether or not they were surprised, you do not know. Persephone, you see nothing. It is pitch black. Islin sees what she sees, and she isn't saying anything other than, "What are you doing?"
So I can't see anyone if I peer around the corner.
You look around the corner, you see the cavern, but you don't see any targets.
I will sneak across to here then.
All right.
Do I see any there?
You do not.
So what was that? 5, 10.
You can use an action to make a perception check.
I moved 5, 10, 15, 20. Can I still see nothing?
Still see nothing.
And I will hold my action for when one pops out. And shoot.
All right, holding an action to attack the first one that comes into view. Very good. Holding an action. Next up, we have Rhimb.
So I have all this bonus movement with my first turn, but I can't get there because there's all of these people in the way.
You can move through somebody else's space. It's difficult terrain, and all of this passage is difficult terrain going along the side here. But difficult terrain can't be made more difficult. It's passing through somebody's space on this area does not cost any more than an extra movement.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Okay. Can I hold my dash action? Is that possible? Can that be?
You can hold a move, so you can move your speed and then hold another move.
I see. Okay. Well, balls. All right. I'm going to move because my first turn is 40 feet. I'm just gonna move to here, and then I'll dash and hold my second movement for when. Oh, I guess it doesn't matter if I'm on the ledge and the difficult terrain isn't made any more difficult.
Correct.
Okay. Then.
But you would be blocking anyone else.
So 5, 10, right, but it's the same for difficult terrain whether I'm there or not.
You're very large, however, you still count as a
5,
medium creature.
20,
so for the purposes of this.
So this is 25 then. That would be 35, 45, 55, 65, and I guess I have to stop at 80, and I can't end in Falkrunn Square. So this is the end of my movement, I suppose.
Fair enough. Any bonus actions?
No, because I have no spells.
All right, Silas. Rhimb. And now Silas's turn.
Okay. I'm going to move forward as much as I can. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. 30 is the imp difficult?
No.
Okay. That's my regular movement. Then 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and I'm done.
All right.
As I run by Typhon, I glare.
Roll for glaring. The Durgar spend their turn being surprised, as does Gokrabal. Rhea goes, "What? We're attacking! All right!" And she steps forward and moves
Sean,
through.
I think
Did I skip you?
I think I'm before Rhea.
You sure are. Well, I don't know. Here, let me reorder. There we go.
No worries. All right, so I'm going to shimmy shuffle 5, 10, 15, and then that's 20, 25 to get me to there. And then upon
It's
seeing...
difficult terrain.
Yeah,
Oh, is that...
it was difficult terrain going along.
that is difficult terrain.
Going at speed on this ledge is difficult terrain.
Hang on. Balls. Yeah, right. All right, so I'm here. So that's 10.
It's a border. What was that name of the
20?
King's Quest? You have fallen off the ledge.
No. All right, so now I'm at 10, 20, and then that's about where.
All right, and you turn around. You look around the corner, and you see, just an empty cavern.
Yeah. So I'm gonna take the spare warhammer that I have in my pack, and I'm gonna throw it into the room and cast light on it, and then chuck it.
All right.
I can do that.
So, bing! A light appears in the middle of the room. Persephone, you are now able to see, and you are able to see that the room is empty, as far as you can tell. Anything else, Falkrunn?
And I'm going to shout, Persephone, are you all right?
Yeah? Meow?
And now Rhea comes. She moves as best she can. She can't stop in Silas' spot, but she moves past. I think she could get to
Can we move the
here
black part?
Yeah, she can get to there with her movement and
dead.
moving through people and the difficult terrain. Otherwise, she'll be stopping in somebody's spot. So that is the end of Rhea's turn.
Is she not dead?
She's holding on to me. It's okay.
Can we get rid of that black part there, or is there something hidden behind it?
Sure. Sorry, I didn't realize it was still. Let's see here.
Like all of it, unless there's something behind there that we need to.
No, I'd rather not. That shows the rough edges.
Oh,
We're gonna just leave it like that. Is
Yeah.
that better?
Yep.
Okay. Right. The person who is speaking to Yislin is next. Spends his turn being surprised. Next, we have Typhon.
Oh, great. Imp will use the action to become invisible, and then 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40 to there. I will go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And what the heck? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Move to there with the dash action.
All right. That is the end of Typhon's turn, unless you have a bonus action.
Not going to use one.
All right. Persephone.
Very confused.
Shouts, "Where are you?"
There anymore.
Here.
Justice.
Oh my God! It's been so long since we've had a Bale Batman moment. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
Oh.
All my
You think
plans are for naught.
you really adopted the dog?
All right. I'm gonna cast Fairy Fire here.
All right, please use the spell template. Show me exactly where you were casting.
Can I cast it wherever they're standing?
Checks out.
If you hadn't laughed, maybe he would have answered.
Tell me.
No,
Hold on. That's what I want.
All right. So they are making a
Dex save.
dex save. Excellent. Oh, I know what the problem is. I'm gonna have to move this. I can't click on them while that's on top.
Ah, they are there.
I didn't hear it. Don't worry.
Okay, so that's one fail.
Fails. 3 fails. 17 fails.
That's a 2.
I hope there's not 17 of them.
Oh yeah, that's true. I was saying manifesting things in the universe. Maybe I should keep my mouth shut.
So I've got.
Watch
So
it. Rhimb.
where was it? It was originally here. Like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I have got 4 fails.
Well done, Persephone.
And how many successes?
0.
I hope the big baddie's in there.
They're not very dexterous.
Look at you getting the numbers
So
out of the DM. Look at
those 4 all of a
Oh,
sudden they begin. There's this light being emanated from Falkrunn's hammer that's lying in the middle of the cavern, and then you see all of a sudden the sparkle effects land on silhouettes that are standing there, and you can see them all kind of looking at their arms, and you hear snarls and grunts and complaining sounds. That is the end. Yes, you do. Go for it.
For 15.
All right. That does not pierce his AC. He's wearing chainmail and holding a shield, and ping, it goes off.
And he has advantage with Fairy Fire.
I had advantage anyway.
And from being hit, and 15, however, does hit.
I said 15.
I'm sorry, I thought I heard. wait, no, 16. Yeah, sorry, 15 does not hit.
Okay.
Oh.
Yislin goes, well done, and she slinks
Cast
back
fireball.
into here.
Oh, no. Damn.
Well
Slinks
done.
back into here, and
She is a matron of Lawth, right? So
I mean,
you know.
Hey, that's
Finger of-
we've already established that stereotypes don't apply here. Come on, guys.
Finger of death, something like that.
yeah, right. Spider.
Power word
Infest-
kill.
all right,
Yeah.
she is hidden. She attacks with a short bow. She pulls out a short bow. Persephone, as she does, you see it. She reached behind her and brought out a weapon, but it didn't. You don't recall having seen a short bow there before, and it is in her hand, and you can see along the edge of the wood of the bow that there is a pattern of a sort of a crackling, fiery magma-like light coming from it, as if the core of this weapon is made of flame, and you could see a little bit of it peeking out along the congealed surface. And she shoots.
Dragon's heartstring.
Okay.
She gets advantage.
I need
Yeah,
that.
well, she's
I need that.
Under
I need
her
that
breath,
short bow.
Persephone goes, "Of course, she has a magic weapon."
she hits.
I need that short bow.
And they all die.
If
And I'm
you'll
going
all
to take.
join
I'm going
me,
to take away.
We can kill her during this battle and take it.
All right. So the arrow streaks through this Drogar that's closest to you here, Persephone, and it's interesting because you can't actually see the body, but you see the arrow hit the air where this sparkling form is, and it moves in pain, and you hear, and he yells out something in Underdark, and you see black blood spattering on the ground. That is the end of her turn. Back up to the top with Jax.
Okay, I'm just going to shoot him from where I am.
Very good. Still fairy fired.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Wow!
god.
Damn.
What did you roll there, Jax?
I think people can see it. Isn't that not the second time I've rolled snake eyes with
Yeah, that
D20s?
happened
Yes.
last time too.
I don't mean to cast aspersions to our drow friend, but it only has started to happen since she joined the team, where Jax has rolled double ones.
Well, so what was happening
maybe
here?
maybe it only happens when we attack people that have not attacked us first.
So what happens here is Islin shoots her arrow, and Jax, you were planning to shoot the same Durgar, but as it jerks back in pain from her blow, it dodges out of the way from yours.
And hits the other one. Good, good.
Anything else for you, Jax?
Yeah, I move out to here and hide.
All right.
To be fair, the first few sessions you played with us, I don't think you rolled below a 12 for like 2
That's
sessions.
legit. Yeah.
Seriously.
I remember some ridiculous dice.
15 stealth.
All right, you are fine. Rhimb.
I think I'm gonna have to dash again. This freaking cliff crap. Okay, so that's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and then from Falkrunn space, can I start moving in normally?
Correct.
Okay. I don't want to stay there. That sounds like a bad idea. So that's another 5, 10, 15, 20, and I'm gonna stay here. I'm gonna stay here.
All right.
That's the end of my turn.
I'm going to, well, I'll wait for that. Okay.
Oh, great.
Anything else, Rhimb?
I'm gonna take the secret bonus dodge action that no.
Nice.
No,
Back to Silas.
All right, I'm going to start some movement. Let's see how far I get. This is a 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. That's half of it. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Blah, right out there.
All
And
right.
that's double movements, and I don't have any good bonus actions, so I'm all done.
All right. So, okay. Appearing from invisibility is the rest of the Durgar. As they appear, they begin to grow in size. And they become large.
Whoa.
That's going to make things complicated in this hole.
Yes, it is.
Wait, all of them are? Oh, good.
Yep.
We encountered the Beanstalk Gang.
Oh,
Yeah, Rhimb's the small one now.
Well, if it isn't the overcompensation troop. All right.
Hey! The ones that are fairy fired do not have advantage because you knew they were there, but the ones that were invisible, as they grow, they attack, and they have advantage when they do. One attacks Rhimb.
Right, at least a lot of
AC
them can't attack.
18,
that is a hit.
Yeah.
14 piercing.
Oh my goodness.
The other one steps forward and attempts to hit Islin.
She's stealth, isn't she? No.
She's hidden.
Oh, that's right. She's stealth. Never mind. She hits. Thanks, Persephone. She
Yeah.
hits Persephone.
I mean, didn't she unthing to? She
She
unstealth
shot,
to
yeah.
shoot.
You didn't reach.
She shot, but then she bonus action hit again.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
He rolled a 5.
Does not hit.
Does not hit. The one comes here. This one does not have advantage. Hitting AC 20. 8 piercing
For who?
for Persephone. This one attacks Rhimb.
Does he have reach?
Can he reach him?
I believe so.
If he's large.
Yes, he has reach. Wait. No, he doesn't. Doesn't have reach.
Nice.
Never mind. However, he does move through the space of his ally. Come to here and attack Rhimb. AC 19,
Yeah.
13 piercing.
Holy
I'm
crap.
gonna miss you guys.
This one comes forward and attacks
God.
Rhimb.
Oh no!
Oh, dude.
The only targets in the area.
He can't, can he? He ain't got reach.
He doesn't have
reach. He can't attack. And he can't move anywhere where he can.
I sort of sitting there thinking they might have gone large, but that's kind
it.
of a disadvantage to him in a way.
That's right.
Yeah.
They're all clogged up.
He holds an action. That will be the end of there. Down to Falkrunn.
Oh, sweet mother of pizza. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm definitely using my movement to get to help Rhimb.
Thanks.
We don't have anybody named Rhimb.
Rhimb.
Rhimb. We don't got nobody named Rhimb here.
Sorry, whenever Falkrunn is nervous, her southern dialect comes in.
I love it.
All right, and God in heavens.
Ilmater preserve you.
Yeah, right. No, I'm just gonna do it. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and cast. I can't get to you, man. Well, yeah, because I can't. Because Sean, this giant Durger is.
Yeah, you can't move past him.
Durger.
Durger. Durger on Gurger. All right, so balls. All right, so I am gonna hit the Durgar in front of me with. I'm sorry. I'm gonna hit him with Quietus.
Okay.
Yeah,
So.
Yes, this guy is fairy fired. Oh, but do they get a saving throw on their turn? They do, don't they?
Oh.
No,
I don't think Fairy Fire does.
No.
No.
They always have it.
But they have it for the duration.
For the duration of the minute.
The duration of the minute. Yep. Okay. There it is. Yeah, you do have advantage.
Lovely. All right then.
Or till they break Persephone's concentration.
To roll advantage,
so
you can just shift click.
20. Yeah. 20 is a hit.
Yeah, 20 is a hit. All right, so that'll be 9 magical damage to that Durgar.
All right, you managed to slice him right across the kneecap, and he goes down on one knee. Looks like he is not doing well at all.
Okay. All right, that's fantastic.
This is the one that was hit by Island's bow.
All right, and then I'm going to cast Healing Word at. I'm gonna do a second level Healing Word to Rhimb.
Okay.
So, yeah, love you. So, you get 13 points of life back to you.
I'll take it.
Yeah, right. Figured you would. Oh, and then because it's a second level spell, I also get some healies. So yay! All right, and then that'll be me.
All right.
Sorry, I was unprepared.
Gorkrabrawl goes.
Hit anybody.
It appears he grows larger, and let's see here. Come on. Why won't you work? There we go. He has his lance, and let's see. Yes. He steps forward, and he has reach. So he sticks his lance through the gap between the two Durgar who are attacking Persephone, and he hits her with the tip of this lance, begins to grow a bright orange, and flame appears on the end of it, and he jabs it towards you.
No.
Does she have extra cover with those guys in her way? Maybe?
Hitting AC 20.
Yeah.
That's going to be 13 points of piercing and 5 points of fire damage.
Oh my god, you guys.
Is she still concentrating? Can she maintain it?
Needs to make her Constitution saving throw.
Oh, it's fairy fire concentration.
Indeed.
16. That is enough.
Solid. Well done.
Ooh.
Wait a minute.
Oh.
You did 13 points of piercing and 5, so half of the damage. Or yeah, you're good. Okay. That will bring us to Rhea. Rhea. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, she can get to here, and she cannot attack. But that is her turn done. That should not be there. Okay, Typhon.
Got it. Oh man, this is
Awful.
These are close quarters. Rhea, that's where I was gonna go. Now I don't know what to do.
Can you
Well-
misty step from?
So remember that Jax
Can Misty Step, but I can, but I would have to Misty Step into the middle of everything, which I don't want to do. From here, can I look around the corner and see one of them? I see them. This
Yeah,
one?
you can peek around the corner and see
is
the one
big.
there. That's the one that is very wounded. Oh, and running away.
Attack of opportunity.
And I will. I don't have anything to do that will not be massively friendly fire, so I will simply do the regular old chill touch.
Chill touch.
One of the one that's in front is fairy fired, correct?
Correct.
Beautiful. Natural 20.
Natural
Nice.
20 is a
Nice.
hit.
That will be a 21 points of necrotic damage.
Oh,
Hey.
what a cantrip! And he sort of rides in agony as he crumples and dies.
Cool.
Anything else there, Typhon?
So I can actually move then in a bit, which I will,
can.
to there. I think I have that much. So I started here, 5, 10, 15, 20, 20. Yeah, I will finish out that. I will have Invisible Imp fly up and do they? Let's see. Damn it! I hope they understand Common, because he will say,
Pissed off the mistress, now Spider's gonna get ya!
and try and use his invisible help action.
They don't appear to understand common.
Oh.
At least they do not react to what your imp says.
That's a shame.
Anything else?
It's a
Persephone still
Fraudian
has
imp,
her,
you see. It's a Fraudian.
Still has her comprehend language, so can she say it for him?
On your turn, you can. Anything else, Typhon?
It's probably really frightening and helpful to have him just babbling nonsense in his ear, though.
Does your
Just
imp
kidding.
give,
Go
does
on,
your
go
imp
on.
do that?
I'm done. Yeah, imp does the help action.
Right. He does the help action. Who on which one?
This one.
That one. All right. So he flies around it, and the next person who attacks him will have advantage. Now we are up to Persephone.
You got another one of those blink outs?
That's all Shatter is? I thought it was bigger than that.
I thought it was
It's
too.
10 foot by 10 foot. Or it's a 10
Yeah,
foot.
that's
10 foot by
That's
10
it.
foot.
yeah. 4 squares.
Remember, all those guys are giants.
Oh, yeah. Kind of forgot that.
The perspective changes, yeah.
But if you put that,
Get all
Yeah,
of them
I'm
right
working
now,
on
yeah. Almost.
All right.
You can
One
put it
further
right in
down,
front
you
of
get all of them. Yeah, right.
Right.
You get those three at least.
Obviously what I'm trying to do, but it's popping. Like, it doesn't let me put it right in between.
Right. It needs to be on the apex of a square.
All right.
Not the apex. The
The vertices.
vertices. Thank you.
So if I do that, Sean, that's not getting me, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Here it goes.
do the thing.
Big numbers.
On 15.
15 con save. Let's see what they got.
Eh.
Fail, and a 20.
Ah.
Okay.
So
Damage, and
both the
then half.
leader and the one directly to your north failed, and the one to your immediate east succeeded. So he takes half, which is
8.
8. All right.
6.
And the rest take the full amount, which was 16. Nice.
Well done, Tessa. First
They reel. This was extremely painful to them. You see the leader's eyes widen in response to this attack. Islin, from hiding, shoots the leader.
Does she have disadvantage?
All these dice because she's a rogue.
She gets disadvantage.
Yeah.
Didn't she?
Why would she have disadvantage?
She's in combat.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so she's hidden
No,
though.
she isn't.
She's right next to the.
She is
other
hidden.
one.
And Fairy Fire's still going.
Yeah, but
And Fairy
she's
Fire's
shooting
still
a bow.
going.
Several of them.
She's shooting a bow, and she's in melee. Yeah, so she does have disadvantage.
But
so
if
wouldn't
she
get sneak
moved
attack.
back 5 foot, she wouldn't.
She wants to hide, so she's not going to use her bonus action disengage. So she shoots. She does hit, but she does not do sneak attack damage. All right. And then she... Well, I guess she has to still use... Well, shoot.
She'd still get a sneak attack. She just wouldn't.
Well,
have
because...
she
Yeah,
just
all right,
wouldn't have
good point. So
advantage.
she does her bonus action disengage, so she reached back. Got it. Because it's engaged, she gets her sneak attack. Sorry, guys.
No.
All good.
He doesn't
Not
have
doing anything else.
disadvantage. Yeah.
I guess he should roll again to see if she crits.
No, she doesn't get advantage.
I'm pushing it.
Stop confusing me. I've got to do a lot of thinking.
Math meme
Don't like
lady.
it. Don't like it. All right. Interesting. So the arrow streaks from Islin's bow, and it strikes the heart of the Sturgar, and he goes, and then he begins to shrink. But before he shrinks all the way down, he stops. His eyes go wide, and then he disappears in a pillar of fire. Just, and when the fire goes away, there is nothing remaining of him.
Oh.
Could we get a clarification? Did the people close to him see his flesh burn and crackle, or
Indeed.
there was just an obscuration and he's gone?
Nope. He burned to death. And the flame was so hot that there is nothing left of his body but ash. Persephone, you had to hide your face and recoil back from it. The heat was so intense.
Whoa.
That is the end of her turn. And that will take us back to the top with Jax.
Okay, I will stay where I am and just shoot. So I'm the next one attacking him. It's with advantage.
Nice.
27.
That's a hit.
Uh, 20 damage. Non-magical.
You, I'm assuming you're hitting the one that's there to the north of Rhimb.
Yep.
Yeah. You strike him right in the eye, and he puts a hand up. And he looks very wounded.
And I will
That
bonus
brings-
action hide.
Bonus action hide. Rhimb?
All right, I am going to. My first of 2 attacks is going to be a javelin attack, actually, and I'm going to attack this guy here with the intent of knocking him back into the leader.
Very nice. You have
Advantage.
advantage because of the fairy fire.
Range combat in melee.
Disadvantage because you're in melee range of the Druid to your north.
So he
All
keeps,
right.
Thank
he
you very
keeps
much,
the first
Jade.
roll then.
Then the first roll is a 23.
That's fine. That's a hit.
That is 16 points of damage plus 5 foot knockback into the leader.
All right. Both of them need to make acrobatic saves.
The leader's... No, never mind. I thought the
leader makes his save, but the one knocked back into him does not, and he lands with a prone.
And that's disadvantage
on melee, disadvantage on ranged attacks, but advantage on melee attacks.
Okay, so if I'm already at disadvantage with, does that cancel the fairy fire?
It does. It just turns into a regular roll.
And then you've got my disadvantage from being in proximity of melee. So is that how does that?
It would be disadvantage.
Yeah.
It would be at
work out to
disadvantage.
disadvantage. Yes.
I don't think they stack that way, do they? I don't think two negs, one pause.
Two negs, one pause has got to be disadvantage.
It just cancels.
Right.
It's just a wash. You can have
you
five
either have it or you
and
don't.
one.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll just make one regular arrow attack against the guy I just knocked
So you
out.
all see Rhimb muscles bulging as he pulls back this massive bow, pulling out one of the arrows that's as long as a javelin, and he sticks it in. There's a as he pulls back the bow, and this arrow goes streaking through and knocks this giant Durgar back into his leader, and he falls while the leader dodges out of the way. And while he's on his back, Rhimb shoots him again, hitting with another 23.
Got to keep this going. And 6 points.
6 points of damage. So he's just still up, but he is got one giant arrow sticking in his sternum and another one slightly smaller that's just to the left of it. Anything else there?
No, everything else is going to be attack of opportunity. I'm good. Nope, I'm staying where I am.
All right, Silas.
I'm going to move forward 5-10. As I cross in front of Typhon, I go, this is how you deal with things from the Underdark. And having suitably set myself up, he's got fairy fire. He's got fairy fire, so that's an advantage, right?
Yes, indeed. Come on, Silas.
Oh my
I held the key down. I don't know why it didn't advantage, but I'm confident it'll be a 1.
No.
20.
There it is.
20 is a hit.
Did
I
you
thought for sure it was going to be 2 1s.
the almost crit that happened with the dice roll?
Oh, it was.
I know.
I was sure it was a crit for a second.
And that's only doing a measly 6 points of damage.
But 6 is all that he has left.
Nice.
He dies.
How would you like to dispatch this?
He's an underling. I simply step forward and thrust up.
Step.
I mean, is a giant dwarf really that big? But anyway, thrust up under his chin and shuffle him against the wall, and then step over him and use the remainder of my movement to land directly in front of his friend that's still alive. All done.
Very good.
Can't you attack again?
Nope.
No, because
lower
I'm
level.
not a high-level fighter.
Oh, okay.
Because his dear non-Underdark goddess is such, beautiful.
Durgar. The Durgar go.
Don't take it all personally, Typhon. Come on, man.
He stands up from prone and disengages. He moves down to a smaller version. The fellow who is fairy fired, who is about to be attacked by Silas, goes down to a smaller version, disengages, moves back, as does the one that is fighting Persephone, disengages and move back, and they've all got their hands up, and that is their action.
Oh.
Falkrunn.
Can I understand anything they're saying?
Yeah, but how long does comprehend languages
An
last?
hour.
Yeah, an hour. Yeah, you do. They're saying, we no more attack. We no more. We finished. You are very powerful. We are subdued.
Who understands that, what they just said?
Islin and Persephone understand.
But I can't tell anyone right now, right?
Sure, you can.
Oh, then I'll just shout out they're surrendering.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna use my. I'm gonna channel divinity and use it to heal both Persephone and Rhimb.
Okay.
So, Persephone, what is half of your health?
22.
All right, you are up to 22. And then
I'm not under half.
You're not under half.
I'm not under half.
Wow, you took some booze there.
I did, but you already healed me once, so I'm doing okay.
Well, all right then. Well,
Do you still want to channel divinity?
Yeah, because nothing else I can do can jump back. That can give 22 health back to Persephone. So,
Okay.
So yeah,
I was down to 5, so I super appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's super awesome. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks for
Yeah, yeah.
Very
super thanks
Why?
for that. All right.
I love
So
when
then-
people
and then-
shop on the registry.
So like I come forward and activate like I raise my holy symbol up in the air, and like this like orb of light just like blows out from me, and then that like Persephone gets wrapped up in that, and then I go to start charging forward. Did Persephone, did you say anything?
I said they're surrendering. That's all I said.
All right. So I'm gonna
But
just hang out.
Only the 3 little ones. I mean, I didn't say that to you, but that's should be physically obvious.
All right.
We don't know what the big guy's about.
I'm
to
gonna
do.
look at the big guy, and even though I know he doesn't speak common, I say, "Don't make me get Steve."
He probably, you know from experience that Durgar speak Dwarven.
Well then I go ahead and holler right back at him. Don't make me get Steve in Dwarvish.
Pale-faced kin. You have proven yourself to be superior.
And he disengages from Persephone, holding out his lance defensively as he stands to move in front of his men.
And we have a mission. You may pass unmolested.
Jax comes bounding into the room. Drop your treasure and your food.
Ask if their mission is for the fiends or for some other purpose.
We're still in combat.
We're still in combat.
Sorry,
so
I didn't realize that.
No.
that is what he does. Rhea comes in and stops short when she sees them assuming a defensive position. Typhon, what do you do?
I step forward and look to come behind Falkrunn and say, or I just sort of shout out, because I guess Eastland will probably act sooner, and we'll say, ask them if their mission is on behalf of, well, whatever masters they have in the Underdark or the fiends here.
Anything else, Typhon?
I'll just make electricity zap between my hands, is like super spooky,
Like Big Trouble Little China. Cool. Yes,
They had to go there,
Persephone.
Sean.
It is your
That's
turn.
so rude. He's making a spooky moment. And you're all like, come on.
Persephone. Persephone.
I'm sorry. We were trying. The last line of thought was that we were trying to figure out who is getting them to do
Right.
whatever they're- And they have not seriously responded. Correct?
Nobody has asked them in a language they understand.
Oh, okay. Well, then I will. In what was it? Dark Common?
Undercommon or Dwarven?
Undercommon. I will tell them, clearly we can kill you if we care to
I
now.
do not believe that the spell Comprehend Languages allows you to speak to them.
Oh.
It's tongues.
It is just
Yeah.
written, and you can comprehend what they're saying, and you can read it. Unless you speak Dwarven.
I do not.
All right, well then what do you do?
Then I'm just gonna ready an action with my rapier to run forward and attack if they break their surrender.
All right. Which brings us to Yislin, and that will be the end of combat.
Okay.
She steps forward and looks at them imperiously. speaks something in Undercommon. Those of you who are able to understand it hear her say, "Who are these lords that you work for? You are aware that we are in hell?" And the leader says,
Of course, we are working for the forces of the Grand General Tariel the Fallen.
Sean, I'm translating kind of
Right.
under my breath to the group as it's happening.
You have proven that you are to be respected through your combat prowess. So, we will inform you of our mission and then be on our way. Is that agreed upon?
How are we allowing them to live if they're serving a demon or a devil?
Because we have some honor here.
We
make a deal
want
with
your
you.
food.
Very well.
he pulls out a pouch, throws it at you, Jax.
Oh, thank you.
She
Looks to the others. They all look at each other and begrudgingly throw. You have 1, 2, 3, 4 rations.
Oh, thank you very much. And your treasure.
Do you? Iselin does not translate that. So she says, "Now, what is this? Why are you here?"
The demon forces sent a vast worm to burrow into the underside of Elturel. We are on its trail. We cannot allow the demons to claim this prize before the devils do.
Prize.
That is why we are here. The way is blocked ahead. We must get back to work. We have much to do, and many of our number have been slain.
Silas turns to Rhea and says, "Am I to understand that they are actively seeking to take over Elturel?"
Rhea looks at you and frowns. She says, "Why are you asking me?"
Isn't this your city?
Of course it's my city, but it's in hell.
What do you suppose will happen if they reach whatever they're getting to? What do you think happens to this city when they succeed?
Well,
I'm asking everybody that now.
It sounds to me like we're working at the same purpose. There's a worm currently burrowing through Elturel. And that doesn't sound good for anybody.
It seems a shift has happened in the balance, yes. If the demons get this worm through, then they overrun the city. The devils have no advantage, but perhaps they're trying to, well,
I mean, I'll follow your
excise this latest.
follow your lead, Silas, but if they're surrendering, and if they're not, I suppose we should insist that they leave Elturel. Yes, that's what we should do. You must leave Elturel. You must
I'm
return
sure
the way
they
you've
don't
come.
understand her.
Yeah, they don't. You must return the way you've come, or die. And she looks at you and sort of like, someone translate that for me.
I'll hold up a hand and said, perhaps we let them finish digging first.
That's my thought.
And
I would
we
say, if-
solve the rest of this problem ourselves.
Yeah, if they can create a tunnel with which we can actually get out, that would be a welcome relief.
After
Let
that,
them
I think it
finish
is
off.
probably best that we do kill them.
I don't know. But if they can dig out a safer passage for the people that we're about to bring here, then have them do that before we let them
Yes,
go.
we should take them as slaves. You're right, Persephone.
Have
That's
we
not really what I'm saying.
ask Islin, ask them if they have indeed sworn their eternal service to Zariel.
You know, Typhon, things seem to work down here on deals.
Exactly what I intend to find out.
She asks what you ask of her, and they say,
We are servants in her grand army. We defend Avernus from the demonic incursion. We live to serve her. She provides us with none of your business.
So, you're right.
Silas is going to whisper to Persephone. Persephone, not trying to hide it from Jax or anyone, but from them, just in case they understand him. Persephone, our differences on this aside, you're in debt for a soul coin. If they have one, that might be something to barter.
What's this about a soul coin?
I ask Islin to find out if they have a soul coin.
She asks. They look at each other.
I think we already told Islin.
Did you? All right. Possible.
I thought so.
They look at each other. It's like they shake their heads.
We do not have such a treasure.
Let's try.
I say to them in Dwarvish, then continue your digging, Dark Masters. So.
And leave, right? Not just that. Like, you don't want them to just keep digging, right?
Well, no, they're currently hunting a worm, and if the worm's already killed a lot of their party, there's only 4 of them.
I don't think.
Well, there were more.
Yeah.
Can we see, Sean? Can we see this path that they're trying to dig out up here?
Yes, and much as I described earlier, it appears that as whatever burrowed through here, presumably this worm they are after, and it went underneath this passageway and part of the room above it, that part collapsed down after it passed, and they are in the process of trying to clear that and move on. The area where the worm came in appears to be this passageway, which Yislin is currently down. And she actually comes forward here and stands next to Falkrunn.
Jax is going to be sitting there eating his snacks that they've just given him, and he's going to start searching the north wall.
So,
all right. We get to that there, Jax?
If the worm's purpose is to burrow in and provide an entry for the demons, but we have a collapse here, instead, couldn't we just create more collapses along the path?
That is not our mission. We are to overtake and destroy the worm.
But think, Zariel, she's a devil. She's not a mindless commander. You've seen her intelligence. Imagine what would happen to you if you took initiative and did something that only a master of stone would know was the best course of action.
I'm listening.
Think of the details of your mission. Perhaps an underling or some other general gave you this mission. The details were simplistic. Throw might at it, track it down, kill it, whatever. But if you can if you can disrupt the very purpose of the worm, if you can keep the demons from coming in, seal off these hidden passages completely, wouldn't that be a much greater victory for your Master General Zariel?
Make a persuasion check.
I feel like that was a...
Do you?
Oh, I do.
You know what? I do appreciate good role playing and good improv. Go ahead and draw that with advantage.
Okay, good. Because I'll say yeah.
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 Yes.
Actually, I told Persephone to say all of this. Just kidding.
Pity the fool.
But I got a 19. Okay.
19.
But what of the worm? It will still be in the city, claiming bodies and lives for itself.
Well, what is the best way to track such a worm?
Follow its burrow.
Any other way, Master Duergar? Think.
Don't like riddles. Speak plainly.
I just say without having translate. Do you understand what I'm on about? Is there a way we could track this thing and kill it to eliminate this threat while they seal up the greater threat? Did I get that wrong? Was it burrowing in order to create a passage for demons, or did I just make that up?
Well, it certainly could be a passage that demons could use. Sealing it is not a bad idea, but
I just made that up.
You
Cool.
I mean, meta.
I don't know what happened there.
The giant demon worm could appear there where it got and then summon them in, but that would be meta, and we don't know
you have their attention with a 19 persuasion. You can probably convince them to do whatever you think they should.
Have them kill themselves.
I was going to say something.
Short of that.
I was going to say the exact same. Come on, impale yourself. Do it.
That passage. Clear that.
Okay, so while
we
you're
know persuasion doesn't.
All right.
do
Well,
that.
I'll say for the meantime, work on clearing the passage.
While you're thinking, okay, so Jax, roll your investigation, please.
I got a 13.
13. You find 14 pieces of gold.
Ooh,
I like gold.
28 pieces of silver.
what?
And 9 platinum.
Nice.
So how many silver?
28 pieces of silver. And 9 platinum. And after a bit more conversation, they look at each other and they turn around from you with many a look over their shoulder and begin to go back up to this passageway. And you hear ching, 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 ching again as they have resumed their work. And Rhea is sort of sitting there. Like, it's difficult. I don't know what to do there. This is a complicated situation.
We at least check to see if the teleportation circle even works, or
Agreed.
Yeah, yes, indeed. By all means, we should do that. Yes, let's do that.
Seems like they'll be working at it for a while. So,
I will have my imp stay invisibly and inform me if they do anything or if he dies.
Islan, can you?
I died.
Islan, could you tell them that we are watching them?
She nods, and she does so.
I'm gonna loot the bodies of the fallen.
That's what Jax found.
Oh, he already did. Did he get his other food patches? He
did it while stealth, so you don't know that.
Each of the dead ones, which I've removed, there was a total of 8, including the leaders. So there was 4 that you've killed, and you find 4 more ration packs as well, Jax. If that's something you're interested in,
of course it is.
Always.
And you are able to make your way around the edge of the crevice.
All right.
The crevasse.
Crevasse.
French crevice.
Mm-hmm.
With no combat, and able to take as much time as you want on the precarious passage, you are able to make it to the rest of the hall without any trouble.
I will check for trappy traps then.
All right, roll an investigation, please.
23.
This hallway is cluttered with a great deal of rubble. Walking through this area will be difficult terrain. However, you do not detect any traps.
Okay, I'll make my way down.
As you enter this circular room, there is a ethereal, sparkling twinkle sound that emanates from the slowly moving blue runes in the middle of the room. As you watch the characters move past, they worm their way into your mind a little, and you realize that if you keep watching, you'll either fall asleep or become violently ill. The language is of a nature that it begins to mess with your mind. There are 3 pillars supporting the roof above the circle. The roof is flat on the top, and it is 20 feet tall. The air in here as you step in smells completely clean. There's a slight tinge of ozone with each inhalation. And other than the ethereal twinkling sound, you hear nothing.
Ethan? Is this what we're looking for?
How do we know if it
I've
works?
never seen a... Sorry, I got a little ray in there. I've never seen a teleportation circle, so I assume it's a circle and it's magic. Typhon?
Well, it certainly is a magic circle.
Does it work?
I only have one way to tell. Do I feel like I could identify this circle?
It's possible.
What happens if I just bring my hand close to the writing?
Nothing.
Whatever? Nothing? So if I just kind of touch a bit of the edge of the writing, it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In that case, I will cast Identify.
All right. Spell slot, or are you doing the ritual?
Ritual.
All right. So Typhon kneels down next to the circle and puts his hand on it and closes his eyes and begins to mutter something. What do the rest of you do?
I'm going to look to see if I can hold my hand out for Lulu.
Lulu comes flying in and alights on your hand.
Lulu, you have been
Who is
attempting
Lulu?
to... Oh yeah, well, she should have helped us out in that battle, damn it.
No, it's okay. I'm glad she didn't waste her spell slots.
That's fair. I look at her and I say,
You have been attempting to remember something from your past. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you meditate?
No.
Do you pray? Do you pray?
Sort of. Not the way you do.
Would you like to do your version of prayer with me?
I like to sing.
Maybe it will help jog your memory.
Okay.
And she begins to do a
oh, the cutest thing.
doing a little toot with her nose as she goes,
Do re mi fa sol la ti.
and she begins to sing as she goes around. What do you do, Rhimb, while she's singing?
I will offer a silent prayer to Bahamut, asking him to aid her in her memory.
All right.
Cool.
I like to sing. It reminds me of Haruman. He'd like to sing too.
Who is
He
that?
was not very good, but he... Oh my! I remember it! I remember something! Oh, he was a powerful general! Oh, he was the most trusted general for Zarya. He was one of the only ones who went back. He went back. He paid a very terrible price. He was who we saw in Elderil with the blue cloak, the Narzakan. It was Haruman. He was my friend once.
Rhimb
He's so
will,
different.
Rhimb will gently give her a cooch. He'll cuddle her a little bit and say, "Keep singing, friend. Your memories are important."
But he went back. He went back. He tried to do good. He tried to do good. But it was too awful. Oh, it's hard to remember him. It makes me so sad. And I don't really know why. But something terrible happened.
Rhimb just holds her.
Nicely done. Typhon, your spell completes. This is indeed a permanent teleportation circle. However, you do not possess the power to activate it. It is something that you could potentially learn in time, but it would require a great deal of study.
I will relay that to the group.
Wait, so it works, but you can't activate it?
Does. No, it's like a large permanent component. It's the destination to prevent error in a spell. It's the target. It's a very complicated one, but the spell itself still needs to take place, and that is, at this point, still beyond me.
So, but if it is a permanent teleportation circle, can it go to any other circle itself, or does it have a set destination?
Do I know that?
You would know that there will probably be other circles that are attuned to this particular one, at least one other one. There could be other ones. This one could lead to one that then has others around it that you could then move to, sort of like as waypoints, moving from circle to circle. Where you are going would be a part of casting the spell in and of itself. Some sort of activation amulet, some sort of word, some sort of...
Can we see anything else in the room, Sean?
Make an investigation check.
Investigation. Okay.
Jax is sitting on the floor.
I was gonna say he should probably do it instead of
Well,
myself.
at the moment he's sitting on the floor with like loads of like food
Jax,
between his legs.
Jax, just put your rations down for a second, and could you check the room for us real quick?
Oh, of course.
And he'll just stick a bit of jerky in his mouth. And start searching the room. Of an 18.
Uh-oh. You do not find anything, Jax. This room is quite bare.
It's definitely a circle room.
Yeah, go back and sit down and eat.
Maybe there's something in that bedroom that we didn't really explore.
Right? Or perhaps, I mean, because the circle is tied to the shop, so someone in the shop must have known it was here, right?
Let me check the pillars.
Islin steps close to you, Typhon. I have something I'd like to try, but I don't know what it will do.
Any details? Or just that?
She holds up her hand, and out of nowhere you see a coin appear, larger than a gold one. It is black, but there is a faint blue glow emanating from it. And she does a little finger fountain with it, and then it disappears. These can be a very powerful source of, I don't know, energy, potential down here. This might activate it. I think I'll try.
Given
be ready.
that Silas has been watching her remaining distant from her, always behind her, never in front. And Typhon is 50 feet directly in front of him.
Make a perception check.
What would I have got from that?
Make a perception check. She used sleight of hand to hide it from you.
I can fail a perception check. I can do that pretty good. Yeah, with a 6. A roll of a 6, I can do that. Well, I can do that.
They have their heads together and are conversing, but you are not able to tell what they're doing.
Silas just being like, yeah, nothing gets past me. Keep an eye
Just
on
2 drow hanging out.
Oh, do you still look like a drow?
I guess so. I haven't dropped
Okay,
it for any reason. So. Well, it's not. Yeah.
Where should I put it?
I don't know how this works yet.
We've got to get out of here, Typhon. The city is doomed. We are doomed unless we leave. If there's even the slightest chance, we should take it.
Look, we've gotten this far because we haven't panicked.
I'm not panicking. I'm just trying to... If you can't activate it, maybe this can.
Are they whispering, DM?
Yeah, they are.
Just like it sounds.
I step forward. Oh, Peter, do please let me try to roleplay. I step forward to just invading their personal space a little bit.
Yes?
For someone who wants to make sure that you're trusted, there's a lot of whispering going on.
I'm just trying to convince Typhon that he can activate this if he'll just give it a chance.
Would that be classified as deception?
It would. Make an insight check.
I can fail that too.
Yes, you can.
You rolled really well.
7.
Yep. See, very hard to read.
Please, Silas, there may be some other way around this. My understanding is of the entirety of the thing, but you know that rogues and such often have a knack of luck when it comes to these types of objects, these types of things.
I have faith in you, Typhon.
That's disconcerting.
I mean, shouldn't we make every effort to try and help those people?
She's right. We should. If we have a means to fix this, to get those people to safety out of Avernus, we should do it.
She turns and looks at you, Typhon. You see?
Sean, you said the symbols keep shifting in between.
They do.
Like Dwarvish and Elvish and all. Like, when it circles back around to Dwarvish, am I able to make anything out, or is it just like too quick and my mind's going crazy?
It is an issue of knowledge beyond your comprehension.
What color is madness?
Hot pink.
Purple.
Hot pink.
Many colours. Can I go check
Where?
the pillars?
Just tell me where to try, Typhon.
Wow. You got to purple.
I will, but what? I cannot calculate this one. You realize that if you slip here, if you fall from this window, you fall to somewhere where I cannot find you. You could. Is this the bet you're placing?
I mean, it's this or death, right?
Not the way I see it.
I'm sorry, Typhon. Maybe if I'd had the same experience that you've had with these people, I would trust their ability more, but from what I've seen and what I know down here,
To be
you're
fair,
all doomed.
today was not a good showing of cohesion. but I will not stop you. I have not in the past, and I will not do so now, and I will only hope that the cards play kindly. And is there a way from what, I don't know if I need to make an Arcana check or do whatever I can point towards a couple symbols and show,
Sure, make an Arcana
this is
check.
what I know. Yeah.
If she's about to wink out of existence, can I pickpocket that bow off her?
17.
Make a check. Give it a shot.
I did it with the
Shoot
abyssal
your
whistle.
shot, man.
I did it with the abyssal whistle, so who knows?
Yeah. Sleight of hand.
I mean, obviously, if she's about to go, I'm not going to do it right now and then she's still here for 10 minutes. If she looks like she's about to go.
You have no idea what's going on, Jax.
With a passive perception of 19.
Passive perception of 19. They were very quiet. Oh, I'll tell you what. I will roll. You roll too, Typhon.
Yeah.
See how stealthy we can have this conversation.
Roll your stealthy.
Natural 20.
Oh, you bastard.
And she rolled a 19. So with her, this is, yep. You don't hear them. And she looks at you and she
23.
looks. Ooh. Yep. You hear them whispering. You hear Typhon whispering. Let's see, 19.
What does he understand?
You don't hear what she is saying, but you hear what Typhon is answering.
Blah, blah, blah. Magic, yeah, whatever.
Right.
I'm going.
So she looks at you, Typhon, and she says, "Well, I hope you're right behind me." And she turns around, and what did you roll on your Arcana? 17. All right. So you point out a couple places that you know definitely don't put them here. No one in their right mind would put it there.
Yeah.
But it's right here. And she kneels down. She pulls out the coin and slaps it onto the circle. And there's a as a tendril of black energy begins to emanate out of this coin and follow the circle around until it reunites with the coin, and there is a
take the bow
flash. Go for it.
Come on. No!
You sort of walk by nonchalantly and reach out to take the bow.
I try and swap
And
them, and it's blatantly obvious.
As you put your hand out to touch it, it isn't there.
Ow.
There is nothing there. And the blackness goes around, and there's the blackness dissipates, and the blue begins to glow even more. And there's a white light that now begins to emanate from outside, from inside of the circle. Just, she's like, I think, is it working? Typhon, I think it's working. Oh, finally. And she takes a step into it and moves into the middle. But as she does, there's a, as there is another tremor, and bits and pieces of masonry begin to fall around you, and the column that is furthest into the back collapses and lands, breaking the circle. And there's a, as lightning begins to move back and forth in between the two pillars standing on either side of the circle. And all of a sudden, another image appears in the middle of this blue flame, circles around, and there's a giant eye looking out of this circle. Ghislaine screams and goes completely rigid as she begins to sink into it. She's crying out in agony.
Can we get to her?
Yeah, can we
Go for it.
Yeah.
grab her?
Let's roll initiative. Why don't we?
How far? Yeah, how far into the circle is she?
She is
I grabbed the bow.
here.
I grabbed the bow. Throw me the bow.
That's good. Thank you.
Ugh.
So here is the initiative tracker.
Is it
Let me eliminate everything.
Oh man.
And we'll start over again. So right, here we go.
That's not right.
Oh, whoops.
My initiative is 22 points. 22. Can you get me onto the
Yep.
track?
Sure can. Sorry. 22, you say?
Yes, sir.
Every time I try to type in there, it just doesn't do anything.
It
You
really
need to double-
if someone edits it while you're changing it, it will.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. She has 40 decks. What?
Who has 40 decks?
Eastland. It says 0.4. Sorry. I'm just...
Damn.
That's not right. That can't
We
be.
don't need to save her from the circle if that's the case. She's fine.
That's impossible.
Let's see.
It's
I got
not
one more
true.
NPC. Lulu.
Search your feelings.
I am your
All
daughter.
right.
No.
So I
Flynn
see
hears us and lets
Falkrunn,
go
I
and
see
falls
Jax,
into
I
the
see
eye.
Persephone, I see Typhon, and I see Silas, Rhimb, Rhea, Lulu, and Yislin. That should be everyone, right?
Yeah.
All right. Very
Oh,
well.
God.
Before we all start moving, could we get a quick redescription of what's happening at that moment?
Yes. Let me get some other.
This is pretty hairy. This is a situation right here. Giant eyeballs peeking out, looking at
It's
people.
Sauron.
That's not a Sauron eyeball. That's
true.
That's
Sauron's
like a
cousin.
Union Jack
That's
Sauron
Michelle.
or something. I don't know what that is.
That's
Lovecraftian.
Yeah, that's Cthulhu right there, baby. Like,
Why is
tentacle
this
comes
not
out.
working for
Oh.
And blue flame. That's an interesting blue and purplish, and
me? You
that
guys.
is some interesting flame
It's
right
pretty. Oh, it's a drag
Why
Sauron.
is this not doing this? So annoying.
there. What is the word for the giant the kaiju? Yeah,
Zoom tight.
kaiju.
You lost me
I
there.
know what the problem is. Duh.
It's the
sorry.
Kaiju is a Japanese genre of films featuring giant monsters. So
Oh.
Godzilla, Mothra, Kaiju,
Godzilla.
Gojira, Mothra.
Can't help it. Accents are funny.
Okay.
And Ghidorah
So at the
is
top
the
of
largest
the-
kaiju. Oh,
all
sorry.
right.
The top
So
of the
are-
rim, we have Rhimb.
The top of the rim.
The
we
top of
have
the rim, we have Rhimb.
Thank you for giving me time to ponder. I think I'm going to try to break the circle by picking up the coin. Sean, where is it?
I will show you.
Going.
Right
going.
there. Exactly there.
In the center.
For the Scooby-Doo aficionados, coin,
see-
coin.
The red.
I
Okay.
do. Okay, I'm gonna run over and pick it up.
All right.
And Rhimb is dead.
All righty.
Or it swallows Islan.
Making it. You put your hand out to pick it up, and it is fastened to this circle. There is no way to get your fingers underneath it to remove it easily. If you want to really get into it, I will need an athletics check at disadvantage.
Oh God. I'm gonna use my inspiration to neutralize the disadvantage. Can
Very
I do
good.
that? Sean?
You can.
Come on, big money. No whammies.
19 is
19.
not enough. Your claws scrabble around the side. And as you are doing this, you realize that the light, well, you wouldn't have known this, but there is a light emanating from it. And as the blackness is going around, the light has faded from this coin, and it is now just a black piece of corroded metal. That is your action. Anything else, Rhimb?
No, no.
All right. That will bring us to Jax.
Jax looks at the eye and thinks, "Do you think that could be one big imp eye?" And I'm just going to shoot it.
Okay. Roll an attack.
No, it's definitely not an eye. 11.
11. The arrow goes past the fire and into it, and as it hits the area where the floor is, it disappears.
Oh, that's cool.
That will bring anything else for you there, Jax?
He's going to go behind here and try to hide, maybe.
All right. Roll a stealth.
Hide from the big eye. 17. It's probably got
What's this thing? Sorry.
Probably got a perception of about 800.
Anything else from you, Jax?
Nope.
Very good. That will bring us to Silas.
I would like a quick description of what happened, what I saw Rhimb do. Rhimb ran forward, picked up a coin. Is he breaking the plane of the circle?
He is not breaking the plane of the fire. Let's see if I can get this a little bit more.
If you tell me so, it's fine. I'm just trying to understand.
There we go. Yeah, he's not breaking the plane of the fire, the blue flame that is rising up out of the edges of the circle. But he is on the edge where the runes are, and he appears to be scrabbling at something on the floor there.
I will... I'm adjacent to him. Can I see what he's trying to get?
Make a perception check. This will be your action. 20. Yes, there appears to be a black disc of metal, very small, a little larger than a gold piece.
Bonus actions. Would that, if I tried to grab it, would that count as a free interaction, or would that count as an action?
In order to pick this up, because it is so attached and heavy, it would be an action.
Then using my bonus action, I'm going to yell at Rhimb, "Rhimb, get out of there." And that's it.
All right, Jax. You've already gone. A giant clawed hand reaches out of the eye and holds Islin aloft, as rising from it, a huge muscled creature with a long shock of white hair, fangs, a sort of a canine-like expression with red eyes, massive arms to either side, and two smaller arms coming from its torso, rises out of this circle, holding Islin in its hand. Smashes her and rips her apart into two pieces.
Oh,
casting both sections of the body to either side of the circle, and it steps out of the circle. It has used its action to destroy Islin.
Sean, Sean, do we recognize what it said?
Do you speak Abyssal?
I do speak Abyssal.
I do.
Your soul is forfeit for the betrayed.
And stepping behind it is another.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we gotta close this circle, yo.
Alrighty. It comes forward, and it sees you right there, Typhon. And it attacks. comes down with its mouth, making a bite attack at you. With a natural 1, that is going to miss, and then 2 claw attacks as it attempts to rip you in half the way it did Islin. 27 to hit, the other one was an 11.
Okay, 11 will definitely miss. Nothing I can do about a 27, though.
20 points of slashing damage, Typhon.
Oh my god.
Oh, we're gonna die.
It has at least +8 to its attacks, which is very nerve-wracking.
Anything else, Typhon?
No.
All right. Persephone, you're up.
Okay.
Pinch it! Pinch it!
I think you skipped me, by the way.
Did I? I did not mean to skip you. Islin is dead. Typhon, your turn.
Is this whatever happening? This portal thing seemed to still be active.
It does.
Then I will look at the thing that has just clawed a significant chunk of my health, but I will turn towards the portal and just cast Dispel Magic.
Roll it.
All right.
Really high. Wait, you can have my inspiration. Is that possible?
I was going to need that beforehand.
Okay.
I haven't rolled yet.
Yeah, oh, it's true. Hasn't rolled yet. So
Okay.
you, what do you do in order to pass Typhon this inspiration? Persephone the Bard.
You can do it. Cut his fucking head off.
Yeah, kind of almost like Bardic Inspiration. I'll just yell to him,
This is a sick power slide.
Typhon for Islin, close this thing now.
Islin's in 2 parts.
But he liked her.
I will grit my teeth, and he will actually roll up his the sleeves that he has never done before, and reveal on both forearms, completely covered in green scales, some extending almost onto his hands. He has almost draconic but snake-like look to the skin of his arms, and he will let forth his energy to try and disrupt this. All right. To advantage, I have a 16.
Plus a d6.
That's got to be good.
No, I think she
No.
just gave me advantage.
Oh, okay.
She gave you advantage. Let me double check. I don't think that's enough.
No, it is.
So Typhon's actually a demon?
Yeah. Not going to be enough, I'm afraid.
Oh!
So there's a and you see the flames dim, but then they burst back, and Typhon is pushed back from this gate.
Like physically?
Not enough to
Out-
actually do it, but
Out
you're
of
like,
threat range? Okay.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
I see what you're saying.
Like 20 feet.
Gotcha. Sure. Yeah, you're pushed out of threat range. There's a. In fact, everyone who's close by needs to go back 5 feet as the gate repels the dispel magic attempt. Falkrunn, you as well.
Yeah, I was going to say,
All right.
I believe I'm also shoved.
So that is Typhon done. Persephone.
I will use the rest of my movement to step back. But
All right. Sorry. What did I just do? Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Okay, I cast Dissonant Whisper on the one in front of me.
Okay.
So that is a Wisdom save of 15.
All right, he's got 0 to add to the roll.
That's
It's
good.
1-5. He has advantage. Come on, roll you. Roll. And a 3. A 5 and a 3. He fails.
Awesome. So he takes 14 damage and he has to move away as far as he possibly can right now.
Okay. Right now.
Mhm.
Very good.
What did you do, Tessa? Oh, Dissonant Whispers. Oh, brilliant.
What do you say with the dissonant whispers?
I take out my lute and like Dissonant Whispers works for me. It's like she starts to sing, but in like minor harmony with her own voice, and she tells him, "Go to hell."
He's here.
This is why I need a pencil or a pen, Ryan.
I thought you was going to come up with like an alien reference. Get away
I
from
thought
me.
you just got a fancy new D&D pen. What's up with that?
Oh, right. Yay!
I get inspiration.
Nice fancy new D&D pen, everybody.
Yeah.
Hey!
Cool. All right. How many points of damage was that?
14.
14.
Oh, and I'm working on it, Sean. I'll get it to you. I promise.
I know. Okay. Right. And it has to run as fast as it can.
Yep. As
Back into the
far-
hole. Back into the
It
hole.
runs all the way to the edge here, just and bangs its head into the wall, trying to get the sound of your whisper out of its head. That will bring us to Rhea. Rhea steps forward and attacks.
Brave girl.
Foul creature! So that's a 7 and a 12. Both miss. Now to Falkrunn.
Is Lulu in the turn order?
She is.
She is.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna go ahead and move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. That should put me. Excellent. And then I'm gonna go ahead and use my action to cast Spirit Guardians.
Ooh, nice spell.
Yeah, thanks. I thought so. So I'm gonna cast it, and then you have to make a Wisdom save.
I do.
What's the DC on that he's got to make?
The DC is 15, but as he previously stated, they don't get to add anything to it. So hopefully,
Right.
I want Falkrunn to describe the effects of that.
I
spell.
want him to as well.
Yeah.
Oh,
How do
lovely.
your-
Okay.
But not a if it's. I just want a definitive.
So the way in which Spirit Guardians works is because I am a good individual. I'm a good person. It's going to be radiant damage, and so these are all sort of like celestial entities. But because I'm a follower of El Mater, you actually see just like several bound pairs of hands wrapped in red cords that are just sort of hovering around me, but they're kind of floating as if they were like angel wings. So you just see lots of this all around me, and then whenever I get in close range of a creature, like those hands immediately then start to attack that being.
Very cool.
Hey.
Start tickling people to death.
Yeah, poke him in. It's
Love it.
actually very Stooge-esque to like poke him
Here.
in the eye and like pull
I
the
c-
ear.
I can see Jax retelling the story. And that's when Falkrunn had him tickled to death.
Yeah. All right. How'd you do?
I failed.
Yay! Then you can take 25 radiant damage.
Not quite.
25.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That's a lie and a slander. It was 12 radiant damage. Here I am thinking I'm Jackson. I can add things. All right. So no, that's just 12 radiant then for that attack.
12 radiant damage. Thank you very much. This is
Lovely.
the one.
Unless
this
it's
is the one
weak to
that's.
that.
Which one are you attacking? The one.
This
I'm gonna
so
give him a-
it's so
I'm gonna give him a little thingy here.
so Spirit Guardians it's a 15-foot radius around me, and so
Right.
this fine creature in front of me has to go ahead and when you enter the area for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there, P.S. your next turn you'll have to make it again.
That's when it takes effect the first time. On
Yeah,
its
no, when it
turn.
enters the when it enters the area for the first time.
Or starts its turn.
yeah.
Right.
But
So
since
so it
It's
doesn't.
it's a millisecond delay, then this hits.
Right. So he doesn't take it
All right.
now. He just takes it at the start of its next turn, right?
Which is the very next turn.
Well, no, because it
Which is-
says when the
Is it
creature enters the area for the first time. So technically, I moved close enough to it that he should be within 15 feet of me.
Yeah.
So
if you cast it, then walk forward.
yeah,
Oh, yeah. Got it. Okay. Then,
Yeah.
yeah, he takes it. Got it.
So go, yeah. So he takes it now, and then if it starts its turn there,
And that was a total of.
that was 12 damage for that one.
Thank you.
Yes,
Radiant, Heavenly, Celestial, 12.
yes. Radiant, heavenly.
Thank
hand.
you. I got
Sounds
it.
like bonus ouchies to me.
Very well. Anything else from you, Falkrunn?
I say everyone stay within the circle. So
All right, that's Falkrunn done. Lulu is next.
Oh, Lulu, be
Where
careful.
did Lulu
please.
go?
oh no, Lulu.
Lulu,
Where did Lulu,
Lulu
go?
was eaten by the door.
Lulu's got plot
Alright.
armor.
I quit.
She
Right?
does not have plot armor, actually. But she comes running forward, and she blasts this Dragoth with her. As she shouts, and I will find her in a moment.
So your
but
mic
first, I
cuts
will
out.
roll her damage. Oh, does it?
Because if you get too close, it'll cut out. Yeah,
Does that go through?
that's still cut out.
No.
Damn it!
You have to control the volume. It's still doing the effect.
Makes a suitable
Heffalump.
elephant sound.
This one's gonna be a woozle.
Oh, the woozles.
Here she comes.
They're very composed.
She and a cone of energy sparkles comes out. This time it looks a little different. And the creature screams as the sparkles land upon it. There's more light, more golden, silver, and radiant sparkles in this, as opposed to multicolors.
Huh.
And let's see.
It's a sprinkle donut.
Go, Lulu.
And that was some amazing stuff. Lulu just flew in, as Lulu does, blasting that.
That
And
is
so
the-
that was like a sprinkle donut kind of thing.
It was. She used. I don't think anybody has seen her use this particular power yet. It definitely
gonna
is a
say-
different breath weapon from the one that she used before.
What?
That is the end of her turn, and we are now back to the top of Rhimb.
All right, let's try to shoot this bugger down. I'm going to.
Rhimb,
Not-
as you. Oh, never mind. Sorry.
No, okay.
As you're getting ready to fire,
Mhm.
because you are close and because your passive is pretty good, you notice that the coin is once again glowing.
I'm gonna try to break it again because it was
But-
such a great idea last time. I really think that. Yeah. Okay. Is this
Yeah,
another
we got
athletics
one.
check?
It is
I am going to go ahead and
at disadvantage.
I'll give my inspiration to Rhimb so that
Very good.
Come on.
Okay.
18.
18 is not enough.
enough. It's not enough.
Oh, because you don't get another because we use the.
Very good. That is the end of Rhimb's turn, unless he has something else to do.
Oh, blessed patrons of the internet, if ever you were to inspire us.
No.
That's not who you're supposed to pray to.
I'm sorry.
Falkrunn.
Is that not? Is that?
No, that's not-
Ilmater. Ilmater has many different pronunciations. That's it.
That's right. That's right.
That's their name in Dwarfish.
Anything
so-
else, Rhimb?
No.
All right. That brings us to Jax.
Jax will come out of hiding for 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And do a stabby with his silver sword.
Excellent.
His silver massive sword, which is a dagger. 26 to hit.
26
Nice.
is a hit. And this is magical damage. So
Magical
full damage. on red.
Oh, okay, 23.
Wow. Looks down at you, and its nostrils flare.
Oh, hello. I'll not disengage.
Okay.
Bye.
Straight back. I'm going to go to this side this time. No, actually.
All right.
I'm-
Anything else, Jax?
No, I can't hide, so.
All right. Up to Silas.
Okay, Mr. DM, as an aside, I'm going to pass
Yes.
a note to you.
Where is it coming?
Check your phone.
Carrier
Phone.
pigeon.
I'm going to listen to a voice inside my head. And I'm going to reach out and grab that inner voice that I've got.
Oh my gosh.
Don't do it.
What do you do?
To embrace my own voice.
What?
And I'm going to yell to Rhimb. Rhimb, do it. Effectively granting him my turn.
Okay. Interesting.
With something else.
Okay.
I think he also gets a little bit of a help on whatever he's going to try to do to repeat what he just did.
Okay. All right. So Silas,
Do it.
you reach down, and in that area where you felt peace and communion with your goddess in the past, there is still nothing. But you find something else. You push aside the voice of Glazia beckoning you excitedly as you reach down, and you are able to ignore it and find the core of something else. Some divine spark that isn't coming from your goddess. It's coming from you. You hold on to it, power surges through you, and you call out in a voice so commanding that Rhimb's eyes flash. He feels a surge of strength, and you are able to try again to lift this thing. Disadvantage.
Son of a bitch. Okay, Rhimb sees the pain in Typhon's face of what's the loss of his friend, and he grits his teeth and he lets out an enormous roar as he reaches down to pick up this motherfucking coin.
Disadvantage. Oh, no.
Roll a d8.
Oh! 20! That's 20! That's 20! That's 20, Sean!
Your claws reach into the ground, ripping out the runes, and you pull out of the floor this coin. And even as you're pulling it, you feel the weight of it. And as you're pulling it, you hear a voice in your head. Who is this? And there's a massive explosion as the circle goes dark. There's a roar from this creature as it is cut in half, as its legs begin to sink, and then the magical energy ends, and just its torso is left at the top. Just
How it feels to get ripped
and its
in half.
eyes roll back, and it falls down dead. Rhimb, you are unconscious.
Oh, you did it for me. Thank you.
And this fellow is gone.
And the circle is back
The
to...
circle is no more. It is... There's a crack that goes around the entire edge of it as Rhimb rips this part of it out, and this explosion sets forth magical energy arcing with sparks, lightning bolts flying and careening off of each corner or each part of this circular room with no corners. And it rains down in sparks and masonry and dust, leaving just half of a body of this creature and Rhimb unconscious, and the two parts of Yislan on either side.
And
That is the end of Rhimb's turn. Jax is gone. Silas used his turn. The other Dregloff is back in the fight, right? I believe so. And he turns, runs over towards Persephone, takes damage from the spiritual guardians.
Yeah.
How much? He gets to make a saving throw?
He has to make a saving throw.
Right. Wisdom. 17?
17 passes.
So what does he take?
He takes half damage. It was 3d8. So half 17.
8.
Math, folks. Yay! 8.
Comes running, and as it's reaching up to attack Persephone, it takes the damage from you and then turns to face you, Falkrunn, and attacks you 3 times. AC 19.
That'll hit.
AC 18.
That'll
AC
hit.
17.
That will
Holy
not
shit.
hit.
Will hit. Okay,
No.
so 16
2
points of piercing damage
All right, so 2
And-
hits.
13 points of slashing damage.
16 and 13?
Yes.
29.
Well, thank you.
I'm your calculator.
I appreciate you.
Unconscious is all.
I mean, Rhimb has to do something since
Yeah,
he's all
right.
unconscious.
So, yeah.
He just cut a Dragoloth in half, but I mean, whatever.
Yeah.
Then he fell down.
All right,
Excellent.
still standing. Still standing.
All right, that will bring us to this one who is dead. Typhon.
I will step forward. The electric
This is the one that
energy-
killed. This is the one that killed Eastland, by the way.
Right. Gotcha. Before I don't have that much to do, but the sparkling grasp will be, or it's the excuse me, energy crackling out of my fingers will grow intense, and I will just with intense focus just reach out and try to make the attack. But 13 isn't super good. So
13 does not succeed.
okay, I will just stay where I am, though. You will see that there isn't much emotion. It is just sort of a quiet, intense focus that has come over his face.
Did the monster take damage when it walked into the spirit?
Yes, he did.
Guardians?
Yeah, he did. He did.
Made
Was
a
his
saving throw.
Was his speed affected?
He has
His-
a lot of speed. He's good.
His focus was.
He's good.
Looking out for
Oh.
my peeps in chat, yo.
But appreciate you. Sean, I saw that's a concentration spell. Do I have to take 2 rolls for that?
You took a for each. So for each attack that hit, you need to roll a Constitution save. So you need to beat 10 and a 10, both two 10s.
All right. First con save. Nope.
Spiritual Guardians fades.
Dis- There are guardians I remember. All right.
Right. Let's see. So that was Typhon. Now we're up to Persephone.
All right, I'm gonna use mobile flourish.
All right.
Basically, it's gonna allow me. Oh well, I didn't mean to roll that yet.
That's all right. We'll keep the roll.
Okay, that would be great.
No problem.
And here's my rapier tag.
Nice.
18 hit.
18 does hit.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12 damage.
This
with my
is
rapier.
non-magically determined, right?
Correct.
Flourishes are non-magical.
And then I'll hit again. With my rapier. I don't know why it rolls extra.
You'll try to hit.
13 does not hit.
And now I'll go for a bonus action with my dagger.
Oh.
7.
Wait, no.
It's
No,
a
it's a double
22?
roll. It was a
Oh.
double
Double
roll.
roll. The natural
I
one.
only
Where
get
does
one.
the 8 come in?
Every time. The 8 was the rapier damage.
Oh, so
Dagger
you did-
betrays you.
was your
Oh, no, the
your
four.
flourish? Where does the 8
Yeah.
from the flourish come in?
The flourish was added to the 4.
Got it. Okay. That is the end of your turn. Where do you move with your mobile flourish?
Yeah, I don't have to move as far
Nope.
as I thought, so I don't.
Okay.
One of the extra ouchies.
Rhea. Rhea runs forward and attacks. Come on, Rhea.
Yeah, we love NPC kills.
Nope. Nope. She
Rhimb
misses twice.
Struggles in Avernus.
Falkrunn.
Okay, I'm gonna toll the dead on this bish. So,
Dun dun dun.
yeah. Bow now now.
Gong calls out the wisdom save, right? 18?
Yep. 18 will do it, you bastard.
Anything else?
So, if I use a cantrip, can I still cast heals on myself, or that's 2 magics in one row?
You can, if you used a cantrip, you can cast another cantrip as long as it only takes an action to cast.
Okay.
I thought he could cast a leveled spell and a cantrip if he has 2 actions.
No.
Yep.
You cannot cast a leveled spell and a cantrip. You can
Curses.
cast a. Am I right about that? You can cast a cantrip and then another cantrip.
If the cantrip is a
no, so
bonus action, he can.
Cantrip is a bonus action, and you can cast another cantrip that is
An
takes
action.
one action.
Okay, but I couldn't do I couldn't.
You could do
my-
healing word, which is a bonus action.
But that's a spell though. It's not a cantrip.
So you're casting a spell that is a bonus action. You can cast a cantrip that only takes one action to cast. So
Or
you or backwards.
or vice versa. Okay, cool. Then I will most definitely be doing some healing word on myself because. Okay, so I'll do a level 2 healing word. And I'll just say, "You okay?" And then. And I'll heal myself for 14 plus an extra 4, so 18.
Very nice.
Life clerics.
Lulu's turn. Lulu lets loose again with her final breath of the day. So how do I do this so that I can make my awesome sound?
It was 14
Maybe
total.
pull back a
wasn't
little bit.
Just lean back and throttle the volume. It's all about the volume.
it? Nope.
Oh,
But that was a really good one too.
The face was everything, Sean.
Good. I'm glad. Hey, for your enjoyment, everyone, imagine a celestial elephant making a call as beautiful sparkles come shooting out of her trunk, descending over everybody,
love it so much.
doing damage to the creature. However, nobody else. Oh, I should roll for her.
So I can only imagine it's throttling you when you do it. I don't know. Don't know if it's a Zoom thing
It's-
or what.
It's like that can't possibly be something that's supposed to come through this app,
Yeah.
so it just filters it out.
Yeah.
Nobody would possibly want to do that over Zoom. All right, and then she comes streaking over and lands next to Silas. Silas! And not Silas, excuse me, Rhimb!
I was gonna say, wait.
Wake up, Rhimb! All right, back to Rhimb. Rhimb, you are unconscious.
Ah,
You
crap.
continue to be unconscious.
I like that he said unconscious and not dead. I like
Jax.
that. That's nice.
It is your turn.
He sort of backs up against the wall, realizing what he's coming up against. Can I hide there?
Yeah, there's enough, especially where he is compared to where
12.
you are.
Oh,
That's not going to do it.
Okay.
You should have tried to hide behind Rhim's lifeless body. It's
He'll
really
come
large.
out, trying to be all brave and stab him.
Oh, little goblin.
14.
14 does not pierce its armor.
ah,
Damn it.
Okay. That's it. Can't move anywhere.
All right. That will. I'm sorry, Jax. That stealth check was successful.
Oh, it was.
So you had advantage on the attack.
Same thing.
Oh,
Yeah. So it's meant to be. You were not able to pierce the armor. You come up with needle and it sticks in his skin, but you hit bone.
Does that mean you're gonna eat me? Oh dear.
Yes, it does. Abyssal, those of you who speak Abyssal, says dessert.
Just eat me
Anything else,
last.
Jax?
That's it. I'm done.
All right, Silas.
Did Jax stay right there where he's at, or did he
I don't know.
move away?
Yeah. If I could have moved, but I would have provoked.
Incurred an attack. Okay.
Yep. Don't. You have to hit in order to get that special ability.
Who's that?
Your scout ability. You have to hit in order to do the disengage.
No, I can, at the end of his turn, if he's within 5 feet of me, I can reaction and move.
Reaction move. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
So we are to Silas.
Okay. This turns into logistics. In theory, I could just step into someone else's space and lob an attack. But
Do you not have range with your weapon?
I guess I do. Yeah, I
Reach
have
with your
range.
one? Yeah.
So I'm going to continue feeling empowered by my own self. I'm going to reach back into that inner voice again, and I'm going to use that ability that I have to give myself an extra bit of precision.
All right.
So I'm going to make an attack with my glaive, which is a regular attack, but I get to add
The
3
20
to it.
will hit.
So, but I wanted to do it. So 23,
Excellent. That's a hit.
and that will do 11 points of
Nice.
magic damage.
Excellent.
And
You slash over the head of Falkrunn, and as you do, you feel again a divine spark. You've moved past and through the darkness that has somehow coated this part of you that you haven't been able to find before, and you feel that it takes a little effort to pull it out and through the darkness that has coated you, but pull it out you do, and you slash at the monster. Now it goes. It continues to attack Falkrunn.
does it? Is that spirit guardian gone?
It is.
Yep.
I'm reaching.
AC 18, 8 points of piercing. That was its bite. Rips a part of your shoulder out.
Oh,
AC 17,
does not hit.
natural 20.
Yeah, balls. I knew it. It was like
By
Sean
his
Strike.
face, I could see it was an actual 20.
26 points of slashing damage.
All right, do the math on that real quick for me, Rhimb.
That's 26.
Plus 8.
Oh, that's
34.
34.
Great. I fall
26.
unconscious to the ground.
Next is Isla, who is dead. Typhon.
Me, I will just try now, the electricity coursing through both hands, to just try and do something to him. If I can hit with something.
Oh,
Nope.
son of a bitch.
9 is not good enough.
Anybody got any inspiration?
Bummer. Too late for me.
Persephone.
Gave mine
Come
to
on,
you.
dagger, dagger. Rapier, dagger. Let's go.
I'm gonna cast Healing Word, because Rhimb is not making death saving throws.
Correct.
Right? Falkrunn's about to.
Oh, yeah.
So Healing Word on Falkrunn. Enjoy
Nice.
that. 10.
10 points of healing, Falkrunn, as you are no longer bleeding out. Your wounds close. That bit of your shoulder that is still in the mouth of this creature suddenly regrows, and you wake up sore but alive. Anything else, Persephone?
Because I can't do a bonus action when I cast a spell, right?
No, you can, but it has to be a spell. Like if you cast a bonus action spell, then you can cast a
But I
Cantrip.
couldn't use my dagger.
correct.
And
You
my
could use-
cantrip.
Vicious Mockery. Isn't that a bonus action?
No, that's
She could just attack
Oh,
because
damn.
she used a bonus action spell, so she could just attack. her
That's
action.
true. That
Yeah.
is true. You used a bonus action spell, so you could just do an attack.
Another question: can I do both my rapier attacks?
Yes.
You can do both your rapier attacks. You cannot do your dagger attack.
Cool. Do it. Click on it right.
Ooh.
Ooh, that is a hit.
9 non-magical piercing and again. 22.
Another hit. Excellent.
Lots of doubles coming up tonight.
Mm-hmm.
4 non-magical piercing, was that?
Yes.
Do they seem to be taking less from the non-magical, or is it...
Yes.
Okay.
Anything else, Persephone?
That's all I got.
Rhea attacks twice. Come on, Rhea. 1. It's a hit. 2 hits.
Yes.
Nice.
Cool. That brings us to Falkrunn. Falkrunn, you are no longer dying. You are prone at the feet of this creature.
And freaking tastic. Sean, how's he looking?
Got wounds all over it, but it still is snarling and attacking with fervor.
Fantastic. So, as I wink back to existence, I'm gonna go ahead and reach out and inflict wounds on it.
Ooh.
With a... Wait, did it not? Oh, it did not. Okay. Do it again.
Yes, Silas.
Oh, sorry. First one was 19. So
19 is a hit.
Great, and it takes 20 necrotic damage.
Explain this one to me.
So basically, Falkrunn comes back from the death for the 3rd time, and she's just like, oh, I've had enough of this. And then she reaches out and grabs his ankle, and then as she does it, she's like, may all your suffering be felt. And then basically she channels the moment of Islin's death back into the creature, so that the feelings that she felt as she was ripped in half, this creature feels that energy coursing up through its ankles and all the way up its spine and into its brain, and the realization of the agony that is caused just bleeds out through its eyes.
In the suffering, if you will.
The blackness comes up, it coils around its leg and goes up its back like a lightning bolt of darkness going up. And as it reaches the top, there's and then there's another beam that happens at the bottom, and they come down and meet in the middle, and then there's a line of energy that appears right in the middle of its torso, right where it ripped Islin apart, and it's just, and he's like, now it looks hurt. Lulu continues to, she's got her trunk and she's trying to lift Rhimb's head. Come on, get up, come on, you can do it. And that is a her turn. Back to Rhimb. Rhimb, you are unconscious. Jax.
Jax is gonna stab him. Stabby,
all right.
Stabby. Where are we? 17.
17's a hit.
17 magical.
Nice.
He's gonna look around. Can I see where the bow landed?
You can't if you've already made your attack. It will take a perception.
I disengage.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. Just gonna try and shoot it from afar.
Silas.
Oh, sorry.
Okay,
I keep forgetting something. Can I add Fury of the Small on that, Sean?
Sure.
That's another 6 points of damage.
Okay.
Sorry.
Righto.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, I didn't know if there was mathings happening.
No.
No, that one was easy. There was not things happening, but that one was okay. Nice even
All right.
number.
Passed you a little note, DM.
Yep.
I'm gonna keep this rolling. I feel empowered. I first, as the bonus action, will yell out to Falkrunn. Falkrunn, get up. This thing hasn't suffered enough. and invoke what I just sent you, DM.
Got it.
So, Falkrunn, you are healed for 9 points of damage, or 9 points of healing.
Wait, what?
You are healed
You
for
die.
9 points.
Yeah.
Your hit point max is
Somehow,
reduced.
the words coming out of Silas's mouth are incredibly inspiring and filled with a righteous power that stirs you. And you take a deep breath and you feel it expand into your arms and legs, and you find some strength that you've lost.
And then I attack with my glaive.
Good.
Jax is thinking
that
that
is an
Silas
attack
has
roll
been,
of 2.
he's been possessed.
8, I'm afraid,
8.
is not enough.
Not hit. But, and then that's it.
All right. Are
Anyone
you
else
still
in the party?
prone, Falkrunn?
No, I have stood
You've
up.
stood up.
Yeah.
All right. It's felt that energy, and it does not enjoy the cause wounds, inflict wounds that you did, and it just begins to pound on you as hard as it can, ripping at you. Just black blood is pouring off of it, and it is going into a sort of a berserk rage as it attempts to take you out again. 15 with its bite.
Does not hit.
24 with its first claw, 14 slashing.
Yeah, that'll hit.
27 with its second claw, 22 slashing.
Damn it! That's the 4th time I died in Sean's game. All right,
Not
let's see,
dead. You're not dead.
How many
Just
times do I have to
unconscious.
save you?
That's true. So that was 22 damage, and then the first one was it doesn't matter.
14, 36.
Yeah.
You're at 0.
Lovely.
You are at
Lovely.
0 hit points. That is the end of its turn. We're now on to Typhon.
All right, let's try it again. Finally.
There we go.
That's a hit. This could be it.
So
Come on,
6
avenge her.
points of lightning, and then you will see his eyes flash to vertical slits and green eyes as he reaches further out with his other hand, and a blast of extra energy comes out as I expend a power surge to deal an extra 3 points of force damage.
What kind of demon is he?
That'll do it, Typhon.
Nice.
You have the final blow.
Oh, thank
How
God.
poetic.
I imagine that as the first hand lands, it just sits there as it's paralyzed by the electricity, and a pure white, different sparkling energy comes, and he makes the two meet in the middle, and it just sends it, even though it's a huge creature, just flying, impacting into the brick, and just slides down.
It coughs out, and a massive spray of black ichor spreads over. Let's see if it came to there. 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna say it gets Persephone, Silas, and Falkrunn, but not Typhon. You all, I'm going to need you to make Constitution saving throws as this black, viscous blood shoots out over all of you, landing on your flesh and burning, eating its way into your skin.
Sean?
Yep.
I'm unconscious.
You cannot make a Constitution save.
So
You automatically fail.
You can do con saves when you're unconscious, right? Isn't that just like your
Oh, right.
body?
Let's just see
Rhimb-
here.
Is that-
Falkrunn's
yeah?
really tough. Falkrunn is really tough.
You are
Really tough.
paralyzed. Fail strength and dexterity saving throws, but not con saves. So,
Oh,
all right.
Okay, so
Fair enough.
I can still make the roll. Okay, good. I
You
was
can
like,
still make the roll.
I'm
You can
unconscious.
fail it just like I probably did with my
Can I
13.
go home? Yeah.
So what do we got?
Ah,
Hey!
Oh!
The blood is eating its way into your skin, and everybody except Falkrunn can feel it trying to burrow inside, and you feel coldness and a horrible nausea as you can feel parts of your body trying to be altered by this disgusting ichor. However, you have all succeeded in your saving throws.
Woo!
And so after a few moments, deep breathing, it fades. And you are all okay.
Well,
For the
almost all.
Yeah. For those of you keeping score at home, when I'm conscious, I roll a 4 on a con save. When I'm unconscious, I roll a 21.
We need a little death icon on Falkrunn. We don't have a little death icon on Falkrunn. I'm gonna need that death icon to come back.
She who walks in shadows. Yes.
Oh, the blood! The blood! Get away from the blood! Get everybody away from the blood! It's very, very dangerous!
I will pick up Falkrunn and Rhimb both, trying really hard to get them both and drag them. Hopefully somebody helps me.
I'll help.
Jax picks up some jerky that's on the floor and starts eating it.
So you were able to,
Let's
get Rhimb
probably
and
would
Falkrunn.
want to drag them out to the entrance to the room, given that there's half a torso also bleeding out.
Let's see, so that was Typhon. Persephone, what do you do?
I'm helping pull Rhimb and.
All right, you help to pull Rhimb. Rhea kneels down beside Falkrunn and attempts to use medicine on her to stabilize her. That's a fail. Falkrunn, make a death save.
Boogie. And that's just a flat D20. Yes, friends?
Correct.
All right. Come on, con save.
Oh.
You take a step towards
the abyss.
the piece of Ilmater.
Just so y'all know, I have a healing potion in my pouch. If y'all
You
are
hear
out
a
of
sepulchral voice.
I had also considered who might have a healing potion, so we're tight there.
All right, Lulu is pulling on Rhimb, trying to get him away from the blood.
Please, we can't let it touch him! Oh, this feels very familiar.
Back to Rhimb. Rhimb, you're unconscious. Jax.
Jax will head over and try to do a medicine as well then.
We'll have to ask everybody on the stream to bear with us
11.
as the part of Persephone is being played by Typhon. Silas is now Rhimb. We lost Typhon for a moment, but he jumped back in. We'll play out the round. Apologies to everybody watching.
And 11
hear me?
is
Yeah,
we hear you.
Yeah.
11 is fine. 11 is enough to stabilize Falkrunn. So we are now out of combat.
It's like, stay alive, and he's hitting her.
Let's drag everybody, like I said, to the mouth of the room. Sorry, I spoke out of turn there, DM.
Who is dragging whom?
I am going to grab, since Falkrunn is now stabilized and Rhimb is unconscious but larger, I'm going to grab Rhimb.
All right.
Yeah.
I will need both of you to make athletics checks. One of you with advantage, or both of you separately, to see if you can pick him up enough so that he does not touch the blood that is on the floor, as his feet are
do
bare.
with advantage.
All right,
if that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
That is
18.
enough. You were able to, with Persephone's help, lift the massive form of Rhimb onto your shoulder and step gingerly over the puddles of steaming black blood.
It is fitting that she would help carry Rhimb's body out of the way, given their history.
And Falkrunn is wearing boots, so you're able to drag her with her feet without too much trouble. You move out of the room, out of the range of the blood, and are now in this antechamber here.
Typhon?
So what is the state of Eastland's body, if anything?
I was about to go back in for the pieces, but...
They are lying on either side of where the circle was. The creature ripped her in half and threw the two pieces to either side. So there's one lying next to this pillar, and there's one lying next to this pillar. The creature that was inside the circle when it was deactivated and died, all of its blood was sucked into the circle in the explosion and the subsequent planar shift. So you do not have to contend with her blood. The blood of the other one is here. And we'll say, for the sake of story, that Eastland's head is here.
So I know it's sprayed out.
Sorry, I
towards
can't,
Persephone, didn't it?
There are two opposite columns in the room, Typhon.
Uh-huh.
The body, each column, there's a piece of the body in front of each one.
Gotcha.
The one with the legs is in the blood. The one with the head is in the clear.
Okay. Does the blood seem to be doing anything to the body itself?
The legs, as you see the legs lying there, you see the flesh seems to be mutating, and you see a tiny hand reach out of one of the legs and then wither and fall into slime. One of the other legs detaches itself from the lower portion of the body and begins to crawl away before it melts into the goo. As the blood is interacting with this flesh, it is corrupting and mutating it.
It's becoming almost unrecognizable.
Indeed.
I will just sort of methodically go over to the upper half. I will take a small piece of cord and take a piece of a lock of her hair and slice it off with a dagger, bind it, and stuff it in the pocket of my cloak. And then we'll just kind of methodically actually take off sort of my cloak and wrap some of her body carefully in it and pick it up and carry it out of the room. And can you still hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I will walk over to Falkrunn and I will say, it doesn't work with just part of them, does it?
I believe I'm still unconscious.
Yes.
Oh.
Falkrunn is still unconscious.
Yeah, so Falkrunn says,
Oh, well, I'll heal him.
Persephone retroactively heals him for how much points? Heals her.
nah.
She, her.
Moment.
As Typhon was collecting the body, Persephone was doing that healing maneuver, right?
Awesome.
All right. So as you come back to consciousness and have a moment to realize that, yes, you're alive, and yes, you defeated the creature.
Yeah, she comes back and, is it dead?
Mm-hmm.
And then I see Typhon approaching me. And oh, Typhon, I'm so sorry. I've never attempted with I'm not sure if it'll work.
So I don't really know what I'm trying to think of what the spell, if I would even know what Revivify does, or if you would know, because I think Typhon has a suspicion that greater magic would be necessary to restore someone who has been...
You are welcome to try, Falkrunn.
Okay. And I'll just stand there quietly, obviously kind of covered in blood now, but I will unwrap the top part, just so sort of the side of her head is showing.
Yeah, I'm trying to actually look at my information on it to see if, but it... Whoa. Sorry, friends. It appears that D&D Beyond is losing its Goram mind for a second. Hang on. things the old-fashioned way.
Sometimes looking up spells can be annoying and complicated, but we are so very thankful for D&D Beyond. It's a really good resource.
Absolutely.
Gone are the days of stacks and stacks of books next to the DM.
Whatever.
Oh,
Whatever.
no. They're just
Sad.
Whatever.
sorry.
Miss the good old days.
Like you don't have a book right next to you right now.
Guilty. Could even be a stack of books, actually.
I knew that guy. How's it going there, Falkrunn?
I miss my stack of books.
She sort of like puts her hands over the corpse, and you just see Typhon, you just see like a tear roll down her cheek. She's like, she's gone. I can't help her. I'm sorry, even if I could bring her back, I can't restore her body.
You don't need to explain, Falkrunn.
And at that moment, Rhimb's eyes shoot open, and he sits up gasping.
I would have just deposited Rhimb next to me, so I would be right next to Rhimb. I lean over to Rhimb, kind of try to help Rhimb sit up instead of just laying flat.
I'm going to take Typhon by the hand and say, if you wish, I could say the prayers over her body.
I think wherever she is, she might roll her eyes at that. Though, I trust you know that I mean that in the most generous way possible.
I understand.
Rhimb starts to stand slowly and shakily and takes a step towards you, Typhon, and reaches out a hand. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Rhimb, are you okay?
Yeah, are you all right, Rhimb? What's wrong?
Ed.
Rhimb, look at me. Are you okay?
Takes his claws and puts his claws on Typhon's face. Typhon.
Kind of recoils, obviously.
Typhon.
What are you doing?
It's me.
And that will be where we end our session this evening.
Dun, dun, dun.
What have you done?